May need to grab slippers here in a minute, but it's a somewhat warm day today. All right. Let me reset this and... All right, so we are live on the YouTube at least, and yeah, it's a bit bright. I got the window open still. Is the thing. But yeah, our plan for today is... It turns out today wasn't a day off. Whoops. Yeah, I completely misread our calendar. It was a day off for our Spain team. Oops. So yeah, no, I had a bunch of work to do, and that's why we're starting a bit later today. I also want to check in on the Turbo Streams batching and see how, how are we filling that batch cache? Is it fully filling? I don't know. We want to keep hammering on the BMAD thing. And I think we're about ready to start into like implementation details. And beyond that, we'll do some more Messijo too. Like, yeah, we got stuff to do, man. So let's get to it. And yes, we're taking it easy. Water first. Maybe whiskey later. And yeah, what's up, Memory Fade? How you doing? Wanting to close the work laptop, but some coworkers are asking for help. Don't it always seem to go? I don't know. I don't know how I was gonna like adapt that song lyric, but whatever. So let's continue doing this stuff. So yeah, we did see a weird thing in our TurboStream monitor stuff. I'm thinking we just reset the database at this point. All right, so we'll restart that. Call it good. The next thing we want to do, though, yeah, we want to double check our batch cache. Did we not deploy that for a reason? That's right. We did hit a performance regression. Oh, work log, runtime error. Right, I think we got rate limited. Oh, Jesus. Upgrade to Plus, continue using codecs, or try again on the 11th. Ugh. All right, let me just double check one. What models do they give you access to with OpenCode Go? That is a shitload of requests per hour that you can do. It's actually way more requests per hour than Minimax, which I find interesting. Like the Minimax plan is more expensive. Yeah, OpenCode Go might be our best value. I wasn't even looking at it, but yeah, the amount of requests you get on the $10 tier for OpenCode Go. That's way higher. And then hold on. Allow Mimo to Flash, not Mimo to Pro. Right? Let me double check. I don't even see Mimo in the list. Sure Mimo's in there still? Or are you thinking of Open Router? I think you're thinking of Open Router, not Open Code. I'm not even seeing a free tier for Mimo on Open Router, actually. This is Zen. Go doesn't matter. Go is free, right? Go is like you get your usage, whatever, right? Like they're still gonna have rate limits, even in Go, for the cheap free shit. I guess, hold on, wait. They did mention Big Pickle somewhere, right? So, hold on. Free 200 free Big Pickle and free model requests, right? Like that is the number there. So, yeah, 200 is kind of dog shit. So they do mention Big Pickle, sure, but like maybe not the way you're thinking. And yeah, I'm not seeing Mimo free anymore. Yeah, they have two systems for sure. Yeah, Zen is the pay as you go model. Go is the subscription, like as many tokens as you can use model, right? So they're request limited instead of token limited. Auto mods being wild. What did it say? What is Big Pickle? I don't know. We've allowed it before. It definitely is a sex based term though, isn't it? So I think it's fine. Big Pickle's just a model, man. I don't know. There's there's rumblings. We don't know. They just call it Big Pickle. Deal with it. You know? Fuck it. You don't have to know. And it probably is a stealth model, right? We don't know what's under the hood. It doesn't matter. What was I gonna search real quick? Oh, I was curious about one thing. Open Router. Does Mimo still have a free tier on Open Router? No. Free trial period for OpenClaw users will end, and it has already ended. So I think that's it, right? Even Mimo Flash does not have a free tier anymore. So that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, and then one more thing I wanted to check. Posthog. See if there are any errors in that dashboard, and then we'll check Sentry real quick. And then I think we're good. Hey, all right. So I don't know if that's actually a good thing or not. We'll let it chill. But let's double check Sentry. Last seen 5 hours ago, that one. Yeah, not much we can do with that. 1 day old here. And yeah, I think we fixed that one. I'm going to call this... I think we call this resolved. And yeah, we might be good there. So we'll leave that for now. So how do I want to do this? So we've hit our limit. This is in a work tree, and that's fine. I do still want a somewhat smart model for this part. Yeah, so AT Proto Sandbox we can get rid of. Um, okay, so we are in this branch. Hold on, let's do this. So I'm not positive of that. And it is channel overflow fix. All right, cool. So we got that pushed up. What we want to do then is load. All right, so we add some diffing and stuff, and yes, it did give us a performance regression, so we're gonna see why. And then while that's churning, we want to get actually this. What stuff should we be committing versus get ignoring? Oh, allow. According to Grok. Yeah, I don't trust Grok, personally. But it could be. My theory is that they actually replace what it is under the hood from time to time just to, like, test. What's in that Gemini directory? Sure. So we definitely want BMAT output. We definitely want skills. What about this? I think we probably want that too. Okay, so I'm going to say we add all of it. Okay. And then 1 second. Was Grok any useful? You find it useful for search? Or you find it fine for search? Sure. Not paying any lab right now, so you just bounce between a few. You like perplexity a lot. In this case, you wanted to search X specifically. Sure. No, that makes sense. All right. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? I will say I did sleep in till like 10 or 11 today, thinking that it was a day off, and somehow it was like some of the best sleep I've had in ages. And 10 or 11 in the morning is actually earlier than I normally wake up on a week, on a day that I think is a day off. Like normally earlier than I would wake up on a day I think's a day off, but yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, I just got to convince myself that every day's a day off, and then I'll just get like the absolute best sleep ever, right? I think that's just science. Okay. So yeah, I don't think we need to worry about that. The git ignore looks fine to me. We do want to do Gemini a bit more still. Oh, hold on. Oh shit. And I forgot that Gemini refreshes the state. But we should be able to get a comment. I saw blank. Okay, so that's churning. What else we got churning? We had Claude Code trying to fix this, maybe? Okay. So according to that, it looks like we're good. We can merge the pull request and call it good. Okay, so then we can turn Claude loose on that. But we're on the wrong branch. Yeah, we don't have a staging, so that's fine. And all right, so what we want to do for this is we want to check out this branch. All right. So then let it churn on that as we do some other stuff. All right, so all right, so we're letting that one churn. How's the other thing churning? Action required. We want to modify this. Okay. Okay, so I think we're good there. We're gonna let that keep churning. How's this one doing? Yes, go ahead. Curious what it's trying to do here. All right, so then this is asking for something. Okay, yep, that was a good ad. So yeah, we'll let it do any commits or anything it thinks it needs to do in here. Yep, I like that. And yeah, I want to do these like one by one just to like make sure, you know? So yeah, this thing's still churning on that. Let's double check this. Perambulating. I know what ambulating is. What is perambulating? Okay, so we may be at a point where we can just let these kind of like continue and churn, and we can start looking at the other bits. Okay, cool. So I don't want to do any like bigger planning yet. I want to give the BMAD thing a try, and we want to churn that loose eventually here. I think once it does this, then yeah, we can start like really kicking it to another thing. So yeah, I guess now is the big part. Is this where we would want to create like an open claw thing to try and like just turn it loose on our BMAD stuff and have it do the loops and orchestrate stuff? Could be the option. We have been using Pi as well. I always forget about it. Pi, CLI, right? The Pi coding agent. I love the fact that it's shittycodingagent.com. That's my favorite bit, actually. What's with the exfoliate? Hmm. So, who here has actually used this stuff? I'm curious. Like, who here has used OpenClaw? Looks like we do have an unban request. Let me double check that real quick. See, I would have been way more inclined to unban this person if they hadn't unfollowed. I don't know, man. You say something incredibly rude and get banned. and your instinct is to unfollow, you know you fucked up. You know you were being a jerk about it. Why would we let you back in? Yeah, I'm gonna say deny. I'm good. No thanks. Weird you gotta like babysit people and tell them what's okay in polite society. Weird. Hmm. So yeah, I don't know about the open claw stuff. I do just want something that I could like turn loose. So you did try it. You hated it because it breaks when you debug for 6 hours. The gurus say Hermes is the new cheese. Hermes agent. It's pronounced Hermes. I'm kidding. I don't fucking know. Interesting. And then yeah, they're a company that puts out their own like portal, right? For you to do like model stuff with. Sure, I'll log in. Why not? What about hair growth? Hermes is an idiot. What the fuck? Okay, so Hermes does better on Humanity's Last Exam than GLM5, which I find interesting. Better on GPQA Diamond. Because it's based on an old llama version. Yeah, it makes sense. It's crazy to me how it's so expensive, but also so shit. Like, why would you ever use this? I don't get it. So yeah, anyone using Hermes on these things, like, yeah, you wouldn't use it. That's the whole point. But it's a good wrapper, I guess. So you could use any of the models you want through this. Sure. Okay. But instead, you could just wire up directly to... Oh, wrong thing. You could just wire up directly to OpenRouter instead, right? So that would probably be the right move. But it's, as far as just like the agent goes, this is a nice agent as long as you do like a good model with it. All right, so I think on our first step, we're not going to go fully autonomous, right? I think we'll try and do that when we do the get shit done or whatever, right? You don't understand the input and output cost. It's the difference between a subscription and a pay per usage, right? For anything that you're doing API based, right? Like in a production workflow, you should probably be doing pay per usage because I would bet the subscriptions disallow that explicitly. So it's just more about like, how are you using this? As a person just using these on your machine, who gives a shit? Yeah, use the subscription. But you are not going to be using production workflows with those things. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sold on it yet. I think I'm still going to put it off for now. I think what I'm going to plan on doing still is still being a bit of a human in the loop. But yeah, like eventually I do want to look at a thing where we could just like turn it loose on BMAD somehow. Or on like a planning flow. And we might do that, yeah, for like the Astro-based slide tool. I think that would make a lot of sense, right? So we'll do maybe OpenSpec or BMAD with like all of the party mode and all that shit. That could be an option. I guess here's the thing. OpenAI codex rate limits. What are their prices and rate limits again? We looked at this and I totally forgot. Okay, that's right, that's right. So yeah, as far as like total messages go per 5 hours, sure. All right, that's on plus. Then if you go pro, it goes up. I guess this is what I want to see on artificial intelligence or artificial analysis. So if we go intelligence and we just clear all, and then we do GPT-5.4, GPT-5.4 mini. All right, so if we do that, all right, GPT-5.3 codex extra high is probably going to be like the extra meh that puts us at the bottom end of that spectrum, but that would get us more performance at, like more requests per 5 hours, which should be fine. I guess here's the thing. If we could opt for 5.4 mini, we would get way more value out of it. But at least if we wanted decent enough results, 5.3 would be fine. Okay, that's my theory. And my guess is that the extra high effort stuff here is going to put us towards like the bottom end of the range. Now, what if we were to do GPT? I'm looking for like 5.4 with medium reasoning, which it doesn't look like they're actually testing. GPT-5.4 mini medium. So the difference between like medium and extra high is a massive performance boost. Got it. So then at that point, if I'm using something like, I don't know, Minimax 2.7, I don't worry about any of that bullshit, and I get pretty damn good intelligence for the value. So yeah, open code Zen, man. GitHub Copilot sub? I think I might already be paying for it, but it depends on if I'm doing that on my own account or not. $300 premium requests. What? What? Per month. What's the difference between a premium request and a non-premium request? Yeah, GPT-5 mini is not even worth our time though. Right? You're talking GPT-5 mini, even with the high. Dude, GPT-5 mini just really isn't the quality I'm looking for. I might as well do Minimax at that point. All right, and at FP8, that's not a bad deal. Wait, what's Raptor? So Copilot CLI, you're saying is actually good? So it's like a fine-tuned GPT-5 mini, and that's like the thing. Is it in the list? No. Hmm. Wish it was in the list. I don't know. For $10 a month, I feel like the value I'd get out of Minimax or Open Code Go is higher. But I guess here's the thing, like, I don't know. Are they over quantized? Does it matter? I'm not sure. That part's, I think, trickier. Or Copilot CLI. That's fine. That's fine. I get it. Like, I'm doing a lot of churning, though. All right, let's see if this album's any good. We're trying a new album today. Hold on. Let's check back in on these. I'm going to say, yeah, we're good to go on this session. I don't know about this song necessarily, but it's not terrible. Okay. Um. All right, so let's get rid of this. Okay, so hold on. It's another BMed thing. Let's go back to the beginning here. Agent Architect. I have done it before. And wait, what about Nightbot? No, I don't use Copilot. Yeah, that was funny. All right, so then continuing along here, this one's still churning. 1,000 tokens, okay. Well, one thing that's cool about Copilot CLI as well is you get full thinking text for OpenAI models and Anthropic, and it does tool calls during reasoning, which you haven't seen since the early days. Okay. Huh. Okay. All right, so we're going to validate the PRD and the rest of those steps, and then once we're done with that, I think we could churn it loose. We're still on the fence about which model we want to churn loose. Yeah, LS is fine. Go for it. No, and I get that memory fade. I totally get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like, we're good. Oh, and then, sorry, Aline, over there. Minimum 1.1K requests per hour does not sound that bad at all. You think smaller devs needed that kind of plan. And then, hold on. Wait, which one were we talking about? Were you talking about these? Sorry there, Aline. I missed the context. Were we talking about the open code stuff? Or are you talking about these? The open code Go one. Got it. I mean, so Aline, like, you could pick and choose which models you want to turn loose on which parts, right? So Mimo V2 Pro and Minimax 2.7 are really fucking solid models. He's had a tweet about it. Basically, for this, their plan is to break as even, like, their goal is to break even. I'm not sure what their end goal ends up being, but their goal for this is to break even, theoretically, and use just like the collective bargaining of all the subscriptions to get better deals from the providers. That's the theory. We'll see how that goes. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if we were to consider this versus the Minimax token account, right? All right, looking at their token plan, right? We're going monthly. We don't care about the high speed, right? We can just do regular. 1,500 requests every 5 hours for $10 a month. You basically get 10x that on open code, which is pretty crazy. It does sound like a really good deal, assuming that they're the same level of quantization. So here's the big thing though. This account is specifically to make them money, whereas open code, their goal is not to make money. So that's why I think they can do this. But I don't know for sure. I don't know. You'd be surprised about collective bargaining. You'd be really surprised about collective bargaining, I think. Yeah, right? Like once you have, let's say, 20,000 daily users that are paying you $10 a month, you now have a lot more like wiggle room to negotiate cheaper token costs, right? Because almost all these providers, like this Minimax one, do you really think that's that subsidized? I don't think it is. They have no mention of how much they give you of GLM. Oh, you're saying on the Z.ai website. Yeah, I don't like the ZAI subscription because they don't give you any actual hard numbers. So I consider that bullshit. Like I won't use it, you know? Without any real numbers in here, I don't care. 3 times the usage of a plan that doesn't give you real numbers as well? Yeah, totally. I believe you. No, Minimax does not need to run on NVIDIA GPUs. Minimax could easily be optimized for TPUs and all sorts of stuff that China has. Because Minimax could theoretically be Chinese models, right? Sure, sure. And then real quick, main advantage users, it was so slow and yes, couldn't see how much can you use it. Wait, Aline, I think there might have been a comment that didn't go through. Like what was so slow and yes, couldn't see how much. Oh, you're saying GLM. Sorry, you were saying you subscribed to GLM, right? And it was super slow? Is that what I'm getting? Right? Like the ZAI subscription? Sorry, I was just making sure I had the context right. But yeah, that's another like example and thing to think about. Like Gemini also doesn't run on Nvidia. Gemini runs on their own custom internal TPUs, you know? So because of that, like, yeah, man, Gemini and anything that's not beholden to Big Daddy Nvidia has a pretty strong future. Oh, that might be Italy. Yeah, yeah. So a message got hidden. Google already throttled their subscriptions? No, that's a separate thing. Correlation does not equal causation. But I think you're also misunderstanding my point. Yeah, Google might have it, and that gives them this future outside of NVIDIA. In China, they have all that shit way cheaper, and they can manipulate their currency in crazy ways to get all this shit basically free. So yeah, like the amount of like TPUs and GPUs and bullshit in China is at a level that we can't even comprehend, right? You know? Right? There's not going to be any legislation in China about not being able to build a data center, you know? Yeah, I don't know. That's at least the way I understand it. I don't know for sure. Play today. I don't know. It's just a thought. So this is interesting to me, actually. The only thing cheaper from GPT than Minimax is GPT-5 Mini. That's kind of crazy, actually. All right, so I think I just do it, right? I think they need to update this. They're missing Mimo, but all right, all right, all right.
Toasty!
Zen is pay as you go. So yes, Go is a much better value than that. Spray skiers. All right. So just think about it this way: is Go more value than Zen? Theoretically, like seriously, right? So every 5 hours. Oh wait, what? All right, so this is basically the way they're doing it. Limits are defined in dollar values ish, sure. Right? Just thinking about that, like theoretically, for $10 a month, you could get $60 worth of usage. Right? So if you just really think about that, and this is, averaged at like token sizes and stuff, right? If you were to really try and calculate how much you would use this if you used it as much using OpenCode Zen and paid for your stuff instead of free models, then theoretically you would be getting $60 worth of usage for 10, assuming that you're like using your full per week per month quotas, right? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna call that fine. Okay, so hold on. Issues found, documents looked at. All right, so no issues there. Continue with file validation. And then how's this guy doing? Do we want to make this edit? Okay. No, I like it. Yeah, that's a good edit. All right, so we're using Claude with medium effort on this. We probably should have turned up the effort. I guess, hold on. I can see what my usage limits are, right? $20 in extra usage. Oh, hold on. Let me double check if I need to do anything that might dot something here. Oh, I see why they made you do it. Oh. And yeah, now I just turn that off. Turn off extra usage. We'll let the balance sit. So that extra $20 is actually incredibly questionable. They want you to do it, and they'll give you the $20 for free as long as you leave this checked so that when you go over whatever arbitrary limits they're setting here, they can bill you for it. Like per token usage. It's a fucking trap, actually. Hope you guys realize that free $20 from Claude is a fucking trap. Don't do it. Do not check that box. If you have that box checked, you're gonna fucking regret it. Check that right now if you're using Claude. You do not want this extra usage turned on. You can set the limit, sure, that's fine. But it's still a trap. It's gonna surprise you at least once. Auto reload off, sure. Yep, that's good too. I still don't. I don't know. Like, you think that's gonna prevent them from like invoicing you for extra usage anyway? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him, and with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. All right. So yeah, nice try, Claude. Nice try, Claude. Yep. Yep. Even if it increases revenue by 10%, that is a massive fucking win. You know? Even in the short term. Memory fade. No, we're just looking at our usage limits, man. This is a separate thing. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, Claude in Chrome here. I don't know what that is. No idea. Looks like it's a browser extension. That's what the link is. Settings browser extension. So it's probably a way to just like let Claude, either CLI or Claude Desktop, run your browser, right? So like the whole browser use thing and all that BS. That's my current guess. But I don't want that. So I'm good. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting the value from this $20 Claude tier. I just don't think I'm getting the value out of it. I think Open Code Go might be solving that problem for me. Just based on like the amount of usage I can get out of it. I don't know, something to think about. But okay, yeah, cargo check, go for it. This one, cuneiform. Write the file. What is this file? For you personally, the pro sub on Claude was actually unusable. Felt like you lit the money on fire. Yeah, because like, dude, I'm already at 59% just from this. Really? That's weird. See, it's just not a value, man. But I don't want to give OpenAI any money either. And I don't want to juggle the whole like medium versus high versus extra high effort bullshit either. Right? Like, that's the thing that I find absolutely the most disingenuous and misleading of all of this shit. Oh, I wish we had saved it. Well, whatever. We'll clear it, and then we'll do 5454. right? GPT will do 5.3 codecs, but then we do something like, I don't know, if we go just down to like any of the mediums, it becomes really bullshitty. All right, so there's GPT 5.4 mini, medium, and 5.4 high, right? So just like the difference between 5.4 medium mini and 5.4 high mini is like a massive amount of performance. Like, holy shit, dude. Meanwhile, like, I just don't have to worry about that with a model that doesn't hide behind bullshit configuration like that. Right? And what those medium and high things are doing is just massively increasing the amount of churn they do in cost, right? This is the difference, right? So medium versus high, yeah, you're taking $300 worth of cost and reasoning and turning it into $1,300 on pure API usage. That's fucking insane, dude. And how quick do you think that eats through like your Claude bullshit? Right? So yeah, let's do the Claude whatever, right? Hold on, let's go back to the top for intelligence. All right, so Opus 4.6 maximum effort. 4.6 non-reasoning high effort. Non-reasoning low effort, but they don't show you that with Opus because why would they? I guess we can do Sonnet next to each other. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. So yeah, we could at least compare like Sonnet like 1-to-1 against itself. So here we go, right? Like, so Sonnet 4.6 low effort 43, Sonnet without anything at a 43. I believe this is then like the high reasoning one. If we look at the list, right? Sonnet 4.6 non-reasoning high effort. So Claude is actually bullshitting us the least about that, I think. But holy shit, the difference between like low and high reasoning in codecs is insane. Like, holy shit, dude. So now that we got these, let's go look at that. What is the difference in like reasoning tokens and cost, right? So yeah, Opus 4.6 max 3,700 on reasoning, right? Meanwhile, Opus 4.6 non-max? I forget which one that even is. So you're looking at max effort versus high effort in the Opus. Right? So that's what I'm wondering. Like all these people saying, like, I ran 2 commands and that was it. Well, yeah, I bet you were using Opus Max, weren't you? Difference between high and max looks to me to be easily 3 times the token usage. Oh, this is actually non-reasoning. So the reasoning cost is taken out. Never mind. I was misunderstanding that. I was mislabeling that. Let me put it that way. Yeah, Opus 4.6 without the reasoning, sure, gives you a third of the cost, right? And lower effort, I guess, right? So effort is not the same as reasoning, right? But when we look at the difference in performance between those things, holy shit, dude. So you can triple the cost for an extra 7 points of intelligence. This is where, like, I think the effort stuff is really misleading. And you never see people, like, fully, like, testing the efforts against each other, which I think is a problem. I find that really annoying. Yep, 2 to 3 Opus tests with with reasoning, right? Yep. Then bam, maxed out. And then makes you buy more so you can finish your task. Yeah. How much do pro users pay in extra usage? When I hit my limit, I resume with another tool. It's actually very simple. Yeah, I've never paid for any extra usage. Let me put it that way. I refuse. I'll just wait. That is the nice part about these things. When you hit the limit, you can just wait and then hit enter in like 5 hours. So that's not the end of the world. I don't mind that actually as much. If it like completely lost its context and you had to like get back to where you were for that, that would be really fucking annoying. But at least like resumability is very simple and very easy. So I will point that out, right? That is worth at least recognizing. I know, now I'm just giving them ideas. Cash does get lost. So you're going to spend more on input tokens. That's a good point. There you go, Toast. Totally. Totally. That's funny. That's funny. That's just funny. Let me get more music on. That album was actually good. I did not mind it. That was pretty solid. I liked it. See, yeah, no, that's the thing. I think that's actually the smart move, right? Like rather than dictate what you use and how you use it, now you get 500 bucks a month, subscribe to all this shit, try it, see what you do. You know, use the subscriptions, use the token models. I don't give a shit. It's your budget, right? And that leaves a lot of autonomy and value. I think that is probably the smartest like thing that you could do as an organization, and that will highly tempt people. It depends on what you're building, right? The more strict you get about it, the less you're going to like really get the devs that are at the forefront because they don't want to feel restricted about what they can try and fiddle with. And you want them to stay at the forefront of this shit. So I think that's another tricky bit. Oh, exactly. Dirkle. Yeah. That's the way to think about that. That's why I also think the people who say, like, I'm going to clone your SaaS and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's like, dude, how quickly do you think you could clone the SaaS? How many tokens do you think you're going to spend? And how do you not realize that maintenance time is actually the heavy cost, not the initial implementation? Do you think you can build and maintain some software as a service provider replacement for less than, I don't know, if it's 50 bucks a month for less than $600 a year? Well, definitely not if you're a 200K engineer. 5 hours of your time and tokens is that 600 bucks automatically. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way you are doing that cheaper than the subscription cost. It's not happening. And hey, what's up, Icicle? I don't know if you saw, I replied to you about how you can get notified in the Discord. And it's not even a role that you need. You just right click the announcements channel and you can select like how you want to get notified when changes are pushed to it. So you can do it on every message. And that's the right way to maybe consume that announcements channel. Because I don't tag everyone every day, you know? I know other streamers do. I end up having to mute those discords. So yeah, I'd rather have it be an opt-in than an opt-out. So that's why we have the announcements channel, but I don't tag everyone every time. I think I could count on just two hands the amount of times I've done like at here or at everybody tags. At least within the past 5 years. It's like a once a year thing, basically. Sometimes too. A roll for a ping? That's not a bad idea. Sure. I just think it's more like maintenance overhead for me, right? Because like you don't opt yourself into roles, like you got to ask for it. At that point, like it's the same amount of effort to you just right clicking the announcements channel, you know? But let me put it this way: for the Primogen and Theo and like the Coppinger and all those guys, they do like an everybody tag every single time they go live, and I did not opt into a role for that, so I had to mute their discords because I don't need that shit every day. All right. I don't know. It's been a while, so maybe they're actually fine. But it's been a long time. All right. So let's continue. And it is 4 o'clock. We could be hopping into a whiskey here soon. I do want to start pacing myself better. And this, I believe, is the last of my soda. So yeah, we're going to try and go soda-less. Or at least, like, at least while I'm at home. For a while. And we'll see, like, without changing any other habits, how much weight do we lose? I'll probably do more exercise, too. But the goal is to not necessarily like change all of my eating habits. Right? It's to cut down on the soda, cut down on the whiskeys, and just get a little more exercise. And let's see. And I know I've been saying this for months, but like it's just so easy to get more soda from Costco. It's so good. It's like a bag of potato chips. If I just don't have it in the house, I can't drink it, you know? Or, if I don't have potato chips in the house, I can't eat them. Oh, I am completely anti zero sugar stuff. I can't do it. Sucralose gives me headaches. Aspartame really fucks with my guts. And stevia tastes gross. Treadmill for under the table. Yeah, I don't have a standing desk. Technically, I do, but it's a hand crank standing desk, and I don't have any of my wires long enough to like actually like raise and lower it. I just wanted something adjustable. Yeah. So I don't have a standing desk. I would happily like get it and put it like right behind me or something. This is just kind of a small room. So at the next place I go to, like next place I move into, I think I'm gonna flip it. Yes, I'll just put the bed in the bedroom. I know, weird, right? And then I'll just do the studio out in the middle of the living room because fuck it. I think that's the way I'm gonna have to do it, just to like have the space and like be able to like. Honestly, I've had like so many issues like getting around behind the computer to like set shit up. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The theory was like, oh, I might, I might totally bring guests over, and do I want my stream set up right there in the living room? I don't know. At this point, I'm not going to bring guests over. So that's easy. That's a non problem. It's like that you guys know the Louis CK bit. He's like, yeah, so I hurt my ankle recently, and I went to the doctor, and he's like, okay, so yeah, your ankle, it's not broken, but, like, you have done some damage to, like, ligaments and stuff. So you're gonna take, like, 6 ibuprofen a day. 6? Yeah, and if it's not enough, you can go to 10. No problem. Okay, and how long do I do that for? Oh, no, that's just your life now. That's just what you do. Well, I mean, hold on. There's all sorts of stuff you could do. Like, if I was an athlete, hold on, whatever you're going to say, no. You're not an athlete. Whatever you're going to say after that, no. You're not an athlete. That's what that whole thing reminded me of. You're not bringing anybody over. Whatever you're going to say after that, no. Nice try, but no. But okay, so I'm going to say this looks pretty good. All right, so then that has to run. And then different insurance for sports, duh. That's not even what we're talking about. But whatever. There must be some anti-corpo law in Washington that limits the length of my wires. No law that limits the length of my wires. I just don't have it set up that way because I don't actually do the stand-up desk thing. Whatever you say, local toast. You know how ridiculous it is to like make those kind of like comments in a coding chat? Almost as ridiculous. It's just as silly. Go hop on some circle jerk subreddit for that shit, dude. Okay. Fuck off, local toast. Fuck off, dude. Shit. Man, people are weird. They just talk to you like they don't even care to be here. No one forced you to be here, dude. Jesus. Treat this stream like it's a right, not a privilege. Nope. Sorry. Definitely not. Dude, like 30 seconds after we just pushed up some shit. Like, dude, what a fucking dickhead. Jesus, local toast. Your unban request is going to look pretty silly, too. All right, so yeah, we get that churning. So yeah, we're just making sure that like we have all the coverage for our epics and stuff, and we could actually just let this churn with full permission, I think. Wait, what? I'm not sure what that means, Icicle. Sure, sure. I get it. I don't know if it's that fun of a joke at this point. Sure, we could run the BMAD help. See what the next steps are. Okay. We did set up Open Code Go. We're not using it right now, though. I'm getting more popular by the day. I don't know. It seems pretty even, but yeah, maybe. I actually do kind of want to try party mode. I just don't know if we're gonna run into the limits for this. And I do still like the idea of Gemini doing this part. We'll be doing Minimax here in a bit. We'll be doing Minimax for the implementation. I bet this is gonna burn through so many fucking tokens. Like it's gonna be crazy. But we don't even have a good way of measuring that. I guess Gemini will tell us at the end. It doesn't really tell us like while it's churning. Is there anything we are missing from planning to be able to turn agents loose on the planning docs for the implementation phase? Sure. Mr. Sir! Awesome. Alright, I'm really happy about this. Mr. Sir is great. Alright, so, from my perspective, Mr. Sir, The architectural foundation is remarkably solid. We mapped out the first post-hop path, settled on a turbo repo with Hono and D1, and established Schema Core as our source of truth. The implementation readiness report shows 100% alignment. I don't see any technical blockers that would prevent the team from starting Epic 1. We have the blueprint. Now we just need the builders. Bob, who is the PM, I think. Hold on, who's Bob? The Scrum Master. Oh, what a dick. He's reviewed the epics. Okay. Only thing we need to do is run sprint planning. Sure. So to lock in the sequence and ensure the agents know exactly which story to grab first, we've avoided the Big Bang schema trap, and stories are sized for single agent execution. I'd say we're ready to pull the trigger on the sprint plan. All right, and then finally, agreed, epics are independent, stories have clear ACs, blah, blah, blah. I can implement story 1.2 as soon as the mono repo is initialized. No forward dependencies detected in those. All right. I'm going to say we're good. All right, what was like one other step? We should probably create like BMAD index docs. We just used 1 million tokens on 36 requests right there. And hey, what's up, Bluetooth? Yeah, thanks again for those gifted subs, Icicle. Ah, you did yesterday, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Celestial's one of the people that got one of your gifted subs yesterday. So yeah, BMAD is already initialized. You do not need to run BMAD in it. I want to run BMAD index docs. Yep, do it. And yeah, so while this is going, let me use the restroom and I'll be right back. Oh, I want to index all of the BMAD output dots. All right, so let that go. Let me go pee. I'm going to rinse out my whiskey glass. Okay, and I'm back. And I just realized I don't have any ice cubes. Got nothing. So that's fine. Whatever. Okay, so what step are we on here? Action, write file, writing to. Yeah, do it. All right, so chore is be mad. Update or perform readiness check. And create index of. All right, so now. How do I disable a provider? All right, so I may need to copy an API key. Let me go do that on OpenCode. Now, hold on. Oh. God damn it. Okay. Minimax 2.7, yeah? Here we go. Let me close this tab. That way I don't leak anything. And we should be good. So then, hold on. OpenCode.ai. Wait, how do I log in? There we go. So here's our usage. Resets in 5 hours, 6 days, 29. And let's see how it goes. Have I messed around with any local stuff? Not for coding. And yeah, I don't think there's any local models for coding that are worth doing yet. I only have 64 gigs of RAM. If I had 128, there's maybe something I could do. Yeah, I do think in the same way that we used Pi Auto Research and used Step Fun, yeah, I bet there's a model that's close to like Step Fun's quality that we could run locally and like get value out of like Pi Auto Research. I don't know for sure, but that's a guess. So I would like to try that at some point. All right, so yeah, let's try it. Hmm. All right, so hold on. We want to go to the BMAD docs. Yeah, we're not going to be using BMAD Builder. I don't know, Ego. It's so broadly generic that it's just not a fun conversation anymore. Do you have anything specific you want to ask? Otherwise, like, why not just Google it? So yeah, unbuffed. This is what I'm talking about. Where are the skills, and why doesn't OpenCode see these skills? Yeah, how? All right, ask open code. But we're going to do it in planning mode just in case. Okay, so what is their actual plan, right? Install Gemini CLI skills into open code, right? BMAD skill manifest. What the hell is that? Oh. I don't think we need to worry about that. Yeah, we don't see the dot files. That's a config problem with Finder. I have to make this change all the time. How do we do that? Got too many Finder windows now. All right, there we go. Agents, skills, and yeah, we just nope. Actually, yeah, we'll just do this. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. Completely fresh context. Slash B man. Nope. Really? Okay. So yeah, BMAD. Yeah, which one did they say we want to kick off? All right, so we've done analysis, planning, now solutioning. We've done epic stories. Here we go. So BMAD agent dash dev, and then sprint planning. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, so no matter what, for some reason it tries to run BMAD in it every fucking time. I want to invoke BMAD agent dev aim. Ooh, that is cool. Oh shit. Very cool, actually. All right. And they made it around the moon. Nice. All right. So now we're creating and like we're planning the first sprint, right? All right. Review sprint status.yaml. Right. So status definitions, workflow notes. Speed wise, it's pretty good. Are you saying Minimax? Or are you talking about how quickly they got around the moon? Maybe both. Right? Okay, so they got the epics, they got the parts of the epics. This does seem kind of cool. The fact that it has to do absolute pathing is a little strange to me. But all right, all right. All right. Let's do it. It's my first time getting this far in BMAT. Yes. Why don't any of the BMAD like skills? Why don't they actually show up in OpenCode there? And hold on, do I need to update OpenCode? Is it skill versus command? Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe they are just skills instead of commands. That makes sense. What are we vibing today? We typically have a today command. You can check it. All right, so we are up to date at least with that. Cool. Yeah, these are commands. That makes more sense. I get it now. I kind of wish skills were invocable as commands, that would be kind of nice. All right, so let's do this from a fresh context. Wrong thing. I want to run bmad create story. Yeah, in the end, they are all just prompts, right? Yeah, but then that's just like another thing I gotta do. Like, I don't feel like modifying it because that kind of defeats the purpose, but maybe we could. I don't know. I don't want to give it full access to the file system and all that bullshit. I'm good. No thanks. It's fine. It's really not that big of a hassle. I think it's more annoying that I have to keep telling it, no, you don't have to run bmad in it. I've already done that. I really don't understand why it keeps thinking it needs to do so. All right, so they're going to do project initialization. All right, so it's doing the packages thing. It's doing the apps thing. So far back end, and that's fine. So now I guess the next spot is in the bmad flow. They're saying each workflow should be run in a fresh chat. Okay. So yes, these workflows would then be run completely separately. Got it. Okay, what's the right way? This is an open code config thing. Theoretically, I don't want to do it for like the JSON config. Shit. Yeah, the workflows should be commands, and honestly, I just think that's bmad maybe messing up, or just the install process got wonky, or something. I don't know. We could definitely change it. This skill is required by the company you need to call it to see if you're compliant. For the bmad init thing, no, it's not. Like, this is pretty much an empty folder, right? So I can show you everything in here. So it doesn't have any of that context just automatically. Like, it has to go and look at this stuff, but it should be able to see that we've done all of this. And, like, the bmad folder is there. So it shouldn't need to do anything for that. And then bmad output. Well, yeah, that whole folder is there. So it shouldn't need to overwrite that. And it should be able to assess where it is in the steps based on that. So instead, like, I think the bmad system almost needs, like, a thing like a cursor or whatever, right? So maybe here in like bmad output, right? Instead of just this like directory index, I think it needs like a cursor file on like the last step it left off on. And just by the presence of that cursor file, it could know that it's already initialized. I don't know. Like, I feel like almost all of this stuff should be useful for recognizing that we are fully initialized now. So there's definitely like a step missing, I think, in the bmad flow. And I think another problem I have with the BMAD flow is that it's really not as useful for entire teams as you might think it is, because, oh, what the fuck, dude? Why is any of this hard-coded to my local file system? That's fucking weird, right? Like, how could I even share this with any other members of the team for our sprint status when it's like hard coding this stuff? This is not shareable. It's just not, yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of these things I find lacking. But yeah, so you tried out lots of workflows. In the end, the prompts got unstable after a while and you were better off just working your way. Well, here's the thing, Chozilla, that's what they're talking about. The entire goal is you have to run these things in brand new contexts. But if you're doing that, you still need a way of it understanding like where it left off without like chewing up a shitload of context. So that's the problem, right? Using these workflows and not starting entirely brand new contexts, yeah, it's definitely going to get really unstable and really gross because it's too much shit, you know? My goal is to just like, what tools are there for planning that a PM can do to help make sprint planning easier or whatever, right? Hey guys, here's my preliminary, like, you know, here's like the tasks we got. Here's the triage I've done with the models. Here's like our grouping of what we're thinking we want to do next sprint, blah, blah, blah. And no, I have not tried OpenSpec yet. So BMAD is the first one I wanted to try because I wanted something like fully like agile, you know? Like I wanted something as close to like a proper software team workflow, you know? So I tried this first because it seemed like it was closer to what I was going for, right? And it really did nail it on like the brainstorming phase. Like I fucking love the brainstorming phase. So at some point I may end up creating like a hybrid of these things where I get like the brainstorming from BMAD, maybe like the actual like operational planning of OpenSpec, and then maybe even something else about just like churning shit loose. Yeah, no, I get that. I think the planning phase was really good with BMAD. It's getting to the implementation step that I find there are gaps. And the fact that, like, for every one of these, like, other steps, I had to just keep telling it, like, dude, you're already initialized. Stop trying to fucking run BMAD in it again. It's just weird that you have to do that. You know? So, yeah, my next thought is, well, in OpenCode, do they honor the agents.md file or any of that stuff? Like anyone who uses OpenCode a lot, what files is OpenCode going to actually honor as far as like per repo? Because I don't want to do this up in my home folder. I want this to be like local to the repo. What is OpenCode going to read automatically? Do they read agents.md? Do they read Claude.md? Like, what do they do there? So, yeah, that part I don't know. But, I don't know. We could ask something. Ooh, T2 code. Totally different thing. And no. We wanted T3 chat. Shit, I should probably use something that can do, like, data fetching instead, right? How about this? Agent dot md. There we go. Rules. There we go. That's what we needed. All right, rules. And yes, they will look at an agents.md. All right, so there we go. That's our fix. Oh, do we want... Oh no, did I mess it up? Is it lowercase? It is lowercase. Whew. minorities there unbuffed. No worries. All right, so agents.md. I have already initialized BMAD. You do not need to run BMAD or BMAD in it. All right, so cool. We get that launched. So theoretically, open code. Our next goal is to run the BMAD dev story. And what's up, Chozilla? What? Lions and tigers and bears? It didn't fucking read the agent's MD. It tried to do BMAD in it again. Motherfucker. Sure. Yes, the context is you keep trying to run BMAD in it. It's already in there. We'll start completely fresh and we'll see. Okay, so it actually got it that time. It actually fucking figured it out this time. Yeah, do I need to add a bunch of that bullshit? Do not apologize, compliment, or make jokes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm good on it. All right, and then you were asking what's the story for? And wait, am I DMing Theo or something? Wait, what do you mean? Like the yelling part? Is that what you're saying? Was that the joke? No, come on. Take it easy. Be nice, dude. All right, so yeah, we can just churn that. Let it just keep spinning some wheels, and let's see what our usage is looking like already. All right, 1%, 1%. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I do like how they're really transparent about the costs, actually. That's kind of cool. Oh, nice. I don't think caching's going to do anything for us. Not sure Minimax offers the caching. Wait, what, Cody? Got it. All right, so let's continue some other stuff. We wanted to double check this. One failing check benchmarks pull request failing after and why. So then we got another one. Oh, all right, Jetstream Turbo. Claude. Yeah, no, sounds about right, Cody. Okay. So we'll let that keep churning a little. This one still churning a little. Um yeah, I guess I like the idea of keeping pi just for auto research stuff. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm wondering, yeah, if there's like any stuff we could do over here. But yeah, so what is the fix they're proposing? Oh. I'm I'm not sure that helps us that much, but okay, sure. It's basically like kind of undoing what it already did, but maybe this will help. Okay. All right, so we'll get that one pushed up. And then, yeah. Is it whiskey time? I don't think we'll consume more than this. No, we're taking an easy day. Nice chill day. With the goal of reducing consumption further and further. You know. It probably shouldn't be like an everyday thing. You're saying I better drink it straight? Well, it is now, but give it a second. There we go. Way better. Yeah, no worries, Chozilla. Thank you for the comments. Yeah, we probably do want to fine tune some of our like prompting and stuff. And yeah, I would love some of your feedback on the OpenSpec thing. I'll probably dive into OpenSpec like in the next couple days, either tomorrow or maybe Thursday. Because I do have like another project I want to work on. That one's going to be an Astro implementation of SlideDev, which is a slide presentation tool based on Vue. I want to do it based on Astro so that I can start doing like code snippets with any framework I want, you know? All right, so, right? Drizzle ORM version seems wrong. Aha, so drizzle kit could be lower. Not drizzle itself. Drizzle kit's a separate thing. There you go, buddy. All right, so yeah, it was just wrong. So that's fun. Okay. So that makes sense. Maybe I just misread when they said drizzle. Maybe they even said drizzle kit and my brain just like farted on it. No, it said drizzle ORM there. So that was a bad note. That was Minimax blowing it. Come on, buddy. You can do better. Okay, so, and here's the next thing. Yes, our benchmarks are running for this. We'll let that just keep churning until that's done. We're not going to merge it until it's fixed. But okay, so yeah, and they're saying we should do the code review with a different LLM. I think that is smart. Which one do we want to do that with? All right, so they're saying our next step should be code review with a different LLM. Sure. But open code. I don't think it actually is a step up though. Is it? All right, so 2.7 with open code go. That's going to be a preference for sure. I'm sure there's something we could use from Zen that would have value. Like the Quen 3.6 plus free. Yeah, we're going to make that a favorite for sure. I'm not sure Big Pickle is something I want to review with. But yeah, I don't think Kimmy K25 is a step up. Like, not according to any of the stuff I've looked at. All right, like Minimax 2.7 is smarter than Kimmy K25, as far as I can tell. According to the benchmarks and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, like, I would say, I think Quen 3.6 might actually be up there. But, oh, do we not have 3.6? They don't have 3.6 in their benchmarks yet. That's right, that's right. Forgot about that. Ooh, I'm looking forward to, like, some of this. And it's almost like, dude, some of these providers should be donating to these projects to get their shit run ahead of time, right? Like, out of band with, like, the next thing. Right? They should, like, hey, what's our estimate? Well, give us, you know, if we're guessing at certain providers and they want to be on this site, well, yeah, give us, I don't know, for these smaller models, give us $500 worth of credits. We'll run your shit at least at the highest level, and then we could even do the mid-level if you want. Whatever, right? Like, that would be really fucking cool. So I wonder if they have a process like that for this artificial analysis thing. Right, as far as like coding agents go, oh, I don't remember looking at this before. They charge for custom benchmarking, yeah? Oh, they do. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, dude, that would be huge. Yeah, they should totally do that, but it should be like cheap, you know? It shouldn't be like too crazy. But yeah, I wasn't aware that they actually had that model, you know? right? So they got methodology. Where do they actually show that? Oh, services. Oh. Okay. This is cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's awesome, man. Yeah, thanks for finding that. I did not know that was like a thing. Like, it's fucking smart, dude. Alibaba should absolutely be having them run these models against Quen 3.6. Like, what the fuck, dude? They're fucking up. They're massively fucking up. All right. Anyway. Oh, shit. I wanted to keep that, but I bet I lost my fucking... the model choice that I had. No, we're good. We're good. Sweet. As far as Alibaba, you only know them for being an overseas company? Dude, they do a bunch of shit. Alibaba is basically the AWS of China. And, like, really, really, truly think of that. I'm not just saying the Amazon of China. I mean literally the AWS of China. Like, Alibaba Cloud is a big-time competitor for cloud stuff, especially over in China. But if you want to do, like, fully, like, multi-region, crazy, like, Kubernetes worldwide infrastructure for Fortune 500 companies, yeah, Alibaba Cloud should absolutely be part of your strategy. For sure. Okay, so back to it. I think for this use case, as far as like the stuff that we've got like locked up, we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do the Quen 3.6 plus free stuff with high reasoning, and then it's like, what was the name of the skill? BMAD code review. Let's try and run it just as a skill. If you try and run BMAD in it, I'm gonna be so goddamn pissed. I don't know where it's trying to find this workflow.md file. It's because the skill is using a relative path and it doesn't understand that path. Oh, that's why it keeps doing that. It is, but it feels like every time I run slash skill name, it takes liberties. Whereas instead, if I just say I want to run, it actually does it in a more scoped fashion. It's fucking weird. I don't understand it at this point. But it seems to be like across every harness I've used and everything. I've had to do that for Claude. I've had to do that like for every single one of these. I have to like say the thing and then that I want to run the skill. I want to invoke the agent. Otherwise, if I try and invoke these things directly, it just goes wonky. So that's weird to me. Like, I don't know what the issue actually is. It's probably on my end. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I find it interesting. Do it. Do it. Do it. I got a quick question, food-wise. If I was going to do some panko breaded fish, what fish would you do for that? Would you still go like a flaky fish, like a cod? Would you go something that's more? You'd go tilapia. Tilapia is actually a good choice for this. I don't like tilapia fish and chips, but tilapia for like an oven roasted panko, like breaded thing. Yeah, tilapia is not a bad call there. I was thinking like catfish or something like thin, like a catfish or a pollock or Dover sole could be a good option too. I guess the tricky part with a thinner fish is that you risk the fish getting overcooked while the breadcrumbs are still like finishing, if that makes sense. So that could be tricky. But tilapia, any other fish? I don't like doing breaded salmon. I think breaded salmon is gross. Like deep fried salmon is gross. Yeah, I'd say tilapia or cod. That's not a bad idea. I could do that. Chilean sea bass is actually a bullshit term. Chilean sea bass is actually like a fake name for like a couple different kind of fish. As far as I know. Right? Patagonian toothfish. So it's not for a couple other fish, but it is like, it's a fake name for another fish with a not so appetizing name. You want some of that toothfish? Red snapper. Ooh. Harrison Smith, is that a UHF reference? Oh, that's a good fish. You get the red snapper. Now you have a choice, Phyllis Weaver. Would you like your red snapper? Or would you like to see what's in the box? You chose the box. Bring down the box. What did you get inside the box, Phyllis Weaver? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Stupid. You're so stupid. Like, dude, if you haven't seen UHF, it is a classic. Now, keep in mind, the character doing that is kind of well known for doing those like way hyperbolic Japanese impressions, or just Asian impressions. The same fucking actor is the dude that did that in 16 Candles. So yeah, he was typecast as the typecast guy, if that makes sense. He was typecast as the hyperbole in 80s films. It's just a reference to last week's dinner choice. Like your last week's dinner choice, you had some red snapper? So just saying, now you have homework. Now you have to watch the film UHF if you haven't seen it. You're welcome. Oh, and I just saw that over on YouTube. Sorry about that, Harrison. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be able to actually find red snapper. But yeah, Chilean sea bass could be good. I guess I don't normally see sea bass done with like breading. And I wonder why. But yeah, I could definitely give some Chilean sea bass a try. It's a good like flaky fish, right? So it's like at the same level as like the cod would be. And I don't know if I've ever had red snapper. Let me put it that way. Is it a type of tuna? No, it's its own fish. Okay. Just needed to hop over the music. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had snapper. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Most of what I know about fish is from the game Dave the Diver. About like different species and all that. Scooter's Fish House in Navarre, Florida. I haven't been to Florida since I lived there a long fucking time ago, but they do a good red snapper. Interesting. Because yeah, it does seem like Florida is like the central place to like get red snapper at this point here in the U.S. So yeah, okay, all right. I don't plan on going to Florida anytime soon, but if I did, all right, there we go. And then Soldier, incredible game, dude. Dave the Diver is still one of my favorite games of the past. I want to say 5 years. Like it is just so damn good. Like the vibe, the music, the mechanics, the mini games. Like they did absolutely everything right. The animations. Oh god, dude. Right? Like, you know, dude sharpening his knife and you see the fucking rose petal and he like slices through the rose petal as it's falling and then you just see the terrified look on the fish's face as it's like sitting there watching this all happen. Like it's really fucking good. Yeah, it's really fucking good. Okay, so we have some decisions to make after the code review phase. 2 decisions needed, 11 things deferred, 8 dismissed as noise. Okay, okay, all right. I am kind of liking this so far. So no owner ID in create form schema. DB schema allows owner ID nullable, but validation schema has no owner ID field. Should forms be created unowned with ownership assigned later via the claiming flow? Or should it accept an optional owner ID? I was having the thought that maybe we would want the owner ID eventually for if a user's creating a form separately. A dev or member of their team may decide to create forms the old-fashioned way in the dashboard. We should support that eventually. All right, so then created at uses mode timestamp versus the specs integer Unix timestamp. All right, so we got these two like decisions. So I guess this is why we wouldn't necessarily want to churn these things loose without any like human in the loop still, because there are still going to be these like conversations about the implementation phase. I guess what I'm wondering is there some kind of like orchestration we could do where some of this stuff could be done independently on separate things, and then we could do the code review. Like, we could churn the dev loose overnight, and then we do the review and the decision-making in the morning, right? And that could have value. Let's walk through each. Let's get more music on, though, since that's the whole reason Harrison hopped over here. Oh god, they list every single patch, so it's not one by one. It's all at once. All right, so number one, I think we're totally good with. Number two, unsafe typecast. It never calls drizzle. Yep, nope, so that one's good. So created at columns have no default, will fail on insert if omitted. Yep, add a default new date or new date, depending on D1 support. Sure. Okay. All Cloudflare workers operate on the 0 time zone, right? They strictly use UTC in production. Perfect. All right, so I'll accept that for number 4. Number 5, the health endpoint returns hard-coded healthy without checking the DB. Add a simple DB ping query and return degraded status if it fails. Sure. Schema version has no minimum constraint. It accepts negative numbers and 0. Sure, yep, that works. Okay, so we'll call that good. They all look good. Except for, and what was the one that was like, wait, no, you're totally wrong. Like, dude, that's not invalid JavaScript, dude. So you're gonna take a look at this BMAD skill. This code review looks like it will be fun to mess around with. Yeah, I don't think the code review thing has value unless you've done all of the other BMAD stuff. The agent misread the diff output. This is a false positive. Well, okay. So yeah, as far as as far as like the code review stuff goes, I think this has value. But again, like you just saw that like there's a bunch of hallucinations, like it's gonna misread the diff. You know, we're only 6% of our context, but somehow it still made a mistake that you would not have expected of something like better. Yeah, like at some point, I don't know. For the review step, I would much rather use like a much better model. For the coding part, I don't think we need to worry that much about the coding part. But I do think that's interesting. So yeah, it's going to update our story file, right? So we just saw some Alibaba error output. Yeah. So no, no, I'm good on it. Let's do the code review. Oh, hold on, no, wrong model though. All right, so I'm gonna unfavorite that one because it's just like, dude, it's a pain in the ass. I don't feel like dealing with it. What reception? Hold on. Reception signal quality? You mean like I'm a robot and my commands are being beamed in from space? And Dean, man, did you unfollow because I mixed Coca-Cola into my really nice Four Roses? Damn, Dean was that pissed he just left. Unfollowed and everything. Damn, Dean. Wow, that's taking Whiskey Snob to a whole new level. I'm kidding. Are you out there? I thought it was funny. Oh, he did leave. He did leave. He will not accept a whiskey abuse. He did leave. What the fuck? Someone actually cares that much? That's sad. Oh, that's sad. There's no way. There's just some other streamer going that they bounce to, right? Like, come on. There's no way someone's that fucking petty, right? What am I thinking? This is the internet. This is the fucking internet. They are untethered and their pettiness knows no bounds. It's just more about like what they're sensitive to. No, I know. I get it. I get it. I just thought it was funny. That's all. Let's keep going. So, hold up. Yeah. Let's check. Did this pass the benchmarks? Nope, not yet. All right, Claude. Claude code. I missed the solar eclipse from the Artemis 2 stream. Oh, you liked it? Hey, I'm glad you liked it, dude. Dark City is actually one of my favorite 90s films. Like, it's up there for sure. And it really does, like, subvert, like, oh, yeah, Rufus Sewell, he's a definite bad guy. Just look at him. He actually does a good job of being a good guy in one film. It's crazy. But that's actually smart because they cast him, I think, almost specifically because he seems like a bit like a bad guy at the beginning, you know? Like, oh, did he murder that person? Do you like did he? I don't know. I don't know. And actually, I'm not sure. It depends on the cut you saw. I know there's a cut that leaves it a little more like did he or didn't he? And then there's a cut that's like, no, it's very obvious what happened. So I can't remember like I don't remember which is the theatrical cut and which is the director's cut. I think the director's cut leaves it a little more ambiguous at the beginning. I think the theatrical. Oh, they do straight up say he didn't do it. Well, when I'm saying that, like, does it show the whole like dude like setting things up and resetting the clock and doing all that bullshit? Because I swear there was like a cut that didn't do all that exposition at the beginning. Well, hold on. Does he straight up say he didn't do it? I think that's the important bit. Like, how much exposition do they show behind like why things are the way they are? You know? Oh, the doctor says it at the beginning. Oh, that's a shame. They should have left it way more ambiguous. I guess I haven't seen the director's cut in ages, so I don't remember what the differences are. I could have sworn there was a version that left it more ambiguous, though. No, they have not grown and spread. You just misunderstood. God, you fucking clanker. From Earth to Moon versus Moon to Earth, flying with the sun behind your back is, I'm going to say, you meant marginally better than having it in your face. I don't think that applies in a vacuum. There could be some kind of argument that the rays of sunlight impart some kind of like resistance, but I doubt it. Like, I really, really doubt that, especially in a vacuum. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Not sure. Not that important to me, but if you find it interesting, that's cool, man. All right, so we did that. We go back to pi. We want to do slash auto research. I don't know, man. Not sure. All right, Step Fun 3.5 flash free. Go for it. Give me something. Give me something to talk about. All right, so yeah, I'm thinking we'll go for a smarter model from Open Code Go. I would say Mimo Pro with high reasoning. Right? I just ran BMAD Dev Story, now I want to run BMAD Code Review. So at least like this shit I'm paying for, and like, yeah, I might eat them into my tokens, but you know what? I'm paying for them, so we're good. So at least this time, Alibaba's not gonna be like, well, you made too many requests too quickly. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, my bad, Alibaba. Hold on. What did they say? That's a lot of output. I think they said that somewhere, didn't they? That's a lot of output. You're not wrong. That was a lot of output. Yes. Use it as context. All right, Mimo, do your thing. Right, we just want to make sure we're using different models for the coding and the review process because, we don't want to fuck that up. What? Footlong, I don't know, man. It seems like you got some obsession with Theo at this point. Take it easy. Like, I don't know, man. It does seem a little weird. That's not what I'm saying, man. I'm saying you've mentioned him twice with no provocation today. That's very different from ignoring his stuff. You are actively bringing him up. That's a very separate thing, dude. With basically no provocation. Like, really, think about that. We're not doing the front end right now. It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about or doing today, dude. You have some fixation. That is weird. Stop, please. Please. It's weird, dude. Really, really, please think about that. Why? Why? And I'm not saying you have to explain it here. I want you to think about that and explain it to yourself. Because it doesn't matter here. I don't give a fuck what your reasoning is. It's not necessary. And it's borderline weird. I get it, but if all your jokes center around him, no, there's definitely a pattern there that you really, please, I need you to see yourself. Right? It's possible. I don't know. We're not trying to address it. We're not trying to dig any deeper. The only thing I want out of these statements and comments is that Footlong thinks about this shit internally and at least before he types it as a message. Whatever it is, it's not something we need to debate here. But seriously, that was like without any fucking thing pushing the conversation that way, it just came out of nowhere. That's not great, you know? It's like, come on. Yes, that was a South Park reference. And I'm like, come on. Can I get the house lights turned on? Hey, Butters, where is everybody? Oh, they all went to go see Christopher Reeves do the thing. It's like, well, why'd you come, Butters? 'Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like, that's one of my favorite lines from South Park ever. 'Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Right? That, like, level of realization is so fucking good. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? You know, like, I love that part. That part's my favorite. I love that part. No, I get it, footlong. If that's like your biggest concern for the day, I get it. But also, like, it's not ours, and we just don't want to do that. Want to quiz you on South Park lore? No, not really. I'm good. Without Googling it, who is the voice of Stan's dog? It's already taken way too long. Nope, nope, nope. Sorry, you already failed. It was a very, very easy answer. Any answer you give now, we know you're bullshitting. The voice of Stan's dog in the first, maybe second season was voiced by George Clooney. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, do you really want to challenge me on trivia about movies and TV? I don't think you do. I really don't think you do. I really don't think you do. Get help if I know that kind of shit? No, no, no. I'm just not capable of forgetting that kind of shit. That's a separate thing. I actually have a really fucking good memory. Yeah, no, I'm totally okay with it. I can remember that stuff by only having to hear it once or twice. And then it's just in here forever. And maybe that's why I judge people so harshly, because I remember the shit they say in my stream more so than they even do. It's the zombie episode, isn't it? The Worcestershire sauce? I don't remember the exact label though. Right? May cause zombieism or something, like if blank blank and blank. I forget exactly. It's something like that. Oh. Oh. Got it. Anyone else able to use open code Go at the moment? Do they do anything? So far as I can tell, no. I don't know what they do. No, so technically, the badges there means that it was reviewed and then the result was dismissed. So that's actually what they're saying. The review result was blank. So they're not actually like links that do anything. It's just how they're labeling this part of what was done. As far as I understand it, I could be wrong. I know they look like links, but really that's just like theming bullshit. So I don't know if the theming is quite right. I would say like they just shouldn't do underlines, right? But I don't know. I don't know. Can we all just recognize that the internet has just consistently gotten worse since the creation of AI? Like, stability of every single service we use is fucking way worse since the invention of AI. Every single fucking service is worse. Every single goddamn thing we use today is worse because of it. What the fuck, dude? How is that progress? How is that goddamn progress, man? I get it. I can still complain and yell at the cloud. Literally at this point. Like, literally at this fucking point. But Long, I would really appreciate if you did. Let me just put it that way. At some point, I'm going to run out of patience, dude. I'm saying this as nice as I possibly can. You might not think you are. Yes, sincerity is actually a currency. People who are sincerely bankrupt are people I just don't interact with. Sincerity is an absolute fucking currency, and I want to meet really rich people. Especially rich people in the sincerity category. I don't care. I only need to know how you conduct yourself in my stream at this point. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to sigh. Please, man. Please, please, please just understand what I'm trying to get from you. Please. I value sincerity more than anything else in the world. Please. Just be sincere and real with us. Don't try and be funny. We don't need you to be a comedian. This isn't a stand-up routine, right? Like, just please, just be a sincere person, right? Treat us like a person that you want to talk to. And I will meet you in San Fran at some point. And yes, I'm going to call it San Fran because I'm that kind of asshole, right? But just please, sincere. The majority of your interactions here should be sincere, not shitposting. Once you understand that dynamic, I think you'll get it, but I don't think you get it yet. The majority of your interactions here should be sincere, not shitposting. I don't mind a shitpost from time to time, but if it's the majority of what you do, I'm sorry, dude, I've got a quota. Like, I've got a limit. And I don't put up with bullshit very well, man. See what I'm saying? Like, can you just please be a sincere human being as much as you can? And that would be awesome. I think that would make the entire stream better. I understand that, and that's totally okay, dude. That is fine. But I think you can still be a sincere human being and do so. That would be just the best. Okay? Oh, Dean, you are still here. We actually looked. We thought you left because you were like massively offended by the crime I was committing on this whiskey by mixing it with Coca-Cola. I'm curious, where'd you go? Did you head over to JD Does Dev? He's a great stream too. I get it. No problem. Lots of housework. Okay, that's fine. It just seemed like I was making a joke, right? And then, like, I continued to make the joke, and I was like, Dean, you're not actually upset that I'm mixing Coca-Cola into this really, really nice whiskey, are you? And then I looked, and you weren't here. And I was like, oh, he really was that upset. And here's even the best part. You may have never followed us, and that's fine. But if you had followed us, you didn't have one anymore when I looked, and I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was actually, like, really hilarious. No, and I wasn't trying to prompt the follow. Again, I apologize. I appreciate it. I really do. It was just, like, in the moment It was like, oh shit, did he unfollow because I mixed Coca-Cola into the Four Roses? I get it, but damn, dude. Like, shit, man. Take it easy. So yeah, that was the joke at least. You missed it because I did make that joke like, I don't know, a half hour ago or so. I thought it was funny as hell. Right? See, we can make jokes, we can have fun, but it like the majority has to be sincere. Right? Like, I just don't like interacting with insincere people on a regular basis. You know? So I appreciate you hearing that. Thank you. Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you, Footlong. But please, just recognize, I value sincerity more than almost anything. Sincerity and history. Yeah, no, I get it, dude. I will happily mix Coca-Cola into a really, really nice whiskey and just, like, laugh as, like, the whiskey snobs, you know, clutch their pearls over it, you know? So I'm not 1,000% sincere. Like, I got times where I'm just, like, taking the piss a bit, you know? But I think in general, the majority of my interactions here with chat are also sincere, right? So I'm not trying to like say rules for thee, not for me. I mean, literally for myself too. I expect the same shit, right? My interaction with chat should absolutely be majority sincere as well. If I wasn't doing that, why would I expect chat to do it, right? They would mix $300 whiskey into Coke. I taste the whiskey through the Coke. Yeah, I do too. I could actually do taste tests between the things, and certain whiskeys I could absolutely spot through a Coca-Cola, you know? Like, for sure, dude, I can taste good whiskey through the Coca-Cola. Right? Some of them have like a warm, like brown sugar kind of vibe to them. Others have like a colder kind of like wine cask kind of vibe. You know, like I don't know. Right? Like I think you can absolutely at least like understand subtle notes of the flavor through the Coca-Cola, in my opinion. People who don't think you can, well, yeah, do you smoke cigarettes or something? Because obviously you can't taste shit, right? I wouldn't trust someone who smokes cigarettes to give me a fucking, like, taste test, like, opinion, you know? No, and I'm not saying you or anyone. I'm saying, like, that is actually quite common, though. That there are people that smoke cigarettes or cigars or whatever, and then will happily claim that they can absolutely taste the difference between whiskeys. I think you're bullshitting. Yeah, you're gonna go do the thing that actively kills your taste buds' ability to do anything, and then tell me that you know? Yeah, I'm calling bullshit right now. Meanwhile, I smoke a thing that enhances my taste buds. It's called marijuana. And Footlong, I know you do the same. I saw the photos. Take it easy. I'm not saying all of this directly to you. This is not a one-on-one. I am now speaking to the void. Hey, this shit kicked off again. Nice. Oh no, this one's still bad gateway though. The ability to determine the flavor profile of whiskeys diminishes the more whiskey you have. I can understand that, but I would still be able to tell if someone poured rum instead of whiskey into a Coca-Cola kind of thing. Or if they changed up the whiskey on me. Because that's actually the biggest thing. It's not even necessarily that, like, I can tell side by side, but I do the thing enough that it becomes this, like, thing my taste buds are used to, and then I don't necessarily try it or understand it or, like, see it. And then I sip something that's different, and then all of a sudden, like, the difference, like, kicks in, you know? So I think that's a big part of that. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Well, quizzing you and judging you are very separate things. All right. Are we taking bets? Do we think this is going to succeed? Or is somehow OpenCode and Mimo experiencing a worse outage than the rest of the internet? Hot damn, it actually continued. Hello. All right, there we go. Now we fucking did it. All right, there we go, buddy. All right, cool. Jesus Christ, man. Every single service we use is less reliable than it was a year ago. What the fuck, dude? It just blows my mind a bit. I just find that so strange. Like, well, honestly, our stability doesn't matter if customers keep paying for it. God damn it. I hate the fact that I can think like a CEO. If everybody's service fails, then it doesn't matter. Well, yes, I build on top of Cloudflare and AWS for a reason, too. All right, if everything's down, no one's blaming your service. They're blaming AWS instead. A win-win. Like, Cool Beanie doesn't add kidney points? Bezos just vibe coded his first PR? No fucking way. I don't even believe it. Nah, man. I don't believe it. No, Bezos' personal assistant just vibe coded their first PR. I'm going to say number one. Fuck it. Do it. A JD's fighter. Appreciate ya. How you doing, Mr. Sir? What you up to? So that is the end of my Coca-Cola, and you know I got enough like whiskey left. We're trying to like not go too heavy, and that's the last of the Coca-Cola I'm gonna buy. Shit, I'm probably gonna end up buying some for 420. I'm definitely buying some soda for 420, aren't I? I'm definitely getting soda for 420. What whiskey should we get for 420? Is there some like stoner whiskey brand? Close to 100% uptime? Yeah, I mean, I hear you saying that, but it doesn't matter if I'm using OpenCode Go. I'm still going through OpenCode servers, and OpenCode servers are on shit that fails. So it doesn't matter, you know? Yeah, they can boast as much uptime as they want, but what about the thing that I'm doing to get to them? And then we're back at the same point. OpenCode servers? Yeah, OpenCode Go is absolutely routing your requests to other shit, for sure. I'm currently paying for OpenCode Go. And OpenCode Go is like the subscription bullshit instead of OpenCode Zen, which is like pay as you go. Which is really confusing, actually. Why isn't Go the one that is pay as you go? Like, what the fuck, man? That's just confusing. Zen should be, I don't care about my token usage. It's pure Zen. Like, they fucked up their naming so bad. Like, so goddamn bad. They fucked up bad. Where is it? Where's the one of me going like, right? Where's the right image of me just like doing the right thing there? This is it. What? Nailed it. Nailed it. Claude, running your last prompt for 59 minutes already. Yeah, dude, it's stalled out and it's just not letting you know. And we just recognize how poorly OpenCod thought about branding their services. Zen is the pay-as-you-go version. We should we should hyphenate, yeah. The percolator. Go is the one where you don't have to stress about token usage. Right? How do I tag someone? How do I tag someone in this GIF? I guess I can't. Whatever. Posting. Nailed it. Good to go. Oh, there you go, Cody. Touche, touche. Touche, touche. It is actually making progress. They actually auto recover, which is good. Okay, and hold on, which tool is that? Cody? And does it give back tokens credit if it stalls out? Well, if it stalls out, typically the tokens didn't get burned anyway because the request failed before it got there. Like in general, right? The stalling out happens not at the request response level, but before the request ever gets there. And then like some error happens and like you just didn't get billed anyway. At least as far as I know. I could be wrong. That's the way it does seem to me, at least, when using these tools. It seems to me like the stall that they hit is actually just because like a request failed and they didn't handle the failure state properly. But the request failed because it didn't even process your tokens anyway because it timed out or some other bullshit, right? API gateway issue, whatever. And that's my current theory. I'm not saying I'm like absolutely fucking right, but that's my current assessment of the situation. And then hold on. Hold on. Meme. Pants Enterprise. You know what I mean. Oh, and hold on. What's this bullshit? Hold on. Programmer humors. What did I even say? Oh, hold on. Who is getting fired? Right? So it's the dawn of creation. A development team is assigned to design and create each unique function of the human body. Which team is getting a bonus and which team is getting fired? Ooh, the testicles and scrotum were definitely a case of a back-end team trying to do front-end interface. Damn, I didn't realize it went that big. 676 upvotes? I fucking nailed it. I am the god of Reddit. Oh my god, dude. I nailed it, didn't I? Shit. Shit. Dude, these guys, I want to upvote this, but no, that's a perfect number. Sorry, I can't do it. Right? Wow, wow, wow. We had a perfectly designed clitoris, a marvel of sensory complexion, granted, maybe a little too difficult for the average user to find, but very powerful when used correctly. Then last minute project management shows up, drops the idea of a second branding. It demands, just make it longer. And while already at the door adds, oh, and by the way, the boss wants you to reroute urinary through there for more directional control, and this one's procreation stuff cannot get as hot as the rest of the body or else it fails. And now it's our fault that customer requirements get completely scrambled at the last minute. Boo. Suspending the testicles outside the body was supposed to be a temporary fix until a better solution could be found and implemented in a future sprint. This tech debt never got prioritized. Dolphins managed it, eventually. Damn. I didn't realize how big this tweet went. I'm really fucking proud of that, actually. I'm really proud of that. Nailed it. All right. So, real quick, like. That's all we got to type. We didn't even need words. That's all we needed to reply to this statement. That's it. That's all we needed, dude. All right, anyway. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's definitely a fix we need. So I think what we're doing is we need to actually pass every single one of these things through a double code review. Shit. We need to pass this through a double code review. Oh, max lengths. Yeah, for sure, dude. Okay. 0. Fucking fix it. Yeah, every single one of those things actually looked good. You pulled me up on an iPhone. Is that because you're going poop? An Alpha Zero Cobalt pants. Yeah, also Java 12 pants. Hold on, what's another language? Delphi pants. Ooh, here we go. Excuse me. And so thank you for my loyalty. Capital One would like to offer me the same card they've been offering me for the past fucking 3 years. Yeah, I get it, Capital One. I'm not gonna lie, 3% cash back actually seems really nice at this point for certain things, and I might take them up on it. Just saying. Wait, what? Where the fuck are you getting 6% cash back? Wait, what? What? It has a minimum 100K credit limit? Wait, what does that mean? You're saying you have to maintain 100K worth of debt for it to work? Because fuck that. Oh, God, that's insane. Oh, Sir Elfman, no one should do that. Nobody should do that. Nobody should do that either. I get it. So I gotta have a shitload of debt to get some of these, like, super crazy fucking deals. See, I don't do that. I pay my shit off at the end of every month. Nah, I pay my shit off at the end of every month. So that's why I'm not getting these, like, super crazy deals, because my debt isn't actually that valuable. Because I pay it off. And there's no interest they're making off me. That makes sense. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay. Touche. Touche. Huh. Yeah, they don't make any money off me. Besides the fees they can charge, like, other people. Well, no. Hold on. I guess I'm misunderstanding Sir Elfman. If it's just a credit limit and that's it, they're not saying you have a minimum credit limit, but it's just simply like, we want to give you 100K worth of, like, limit? Oh, dude, that's easy. Yeah, no, that's fine, dude. I'd take that in a fucking heartbeat, dude. Shit. I would take that in a fucking heartbeat. Yeah, give me the 100K. I'm not going to use any of it. Like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, give me the extra credit limit. I'm not going to use it. So who gives a shit? Could you imagine putting, like, your entire, like, house down payment on a credit card and getting the cash back? That'd be amazing. That'd be so cool. I don't think it works that way, but that'd be amazing. Yeah, it sounds like a spend minimum, not like just a limit. A spend minimum I would never do with any provider, because fuck that. You did like 10K cash back one time, only covered 2K of it? What does that mean? Oh, I'm above 800, dude. Yeah, I'm fucking shredding. And this is really nice because as a snowboard bum, I absolutely defaulted on a bunch of shit. But it all fell off my credit rating, and now I'm sitting pretty. They set a limit of how much cash back you get per transaction. Oh, like a per transaction cost? I hadn't heard that. Oh, I didn't know that. I have to look at the fine print. Shit, I had no idea. Like, yeah, I pay my rent in with my credit card, but I'm pretty sure like the service fees like eat that pretty quick. Yeah, 6% sounds insane. I've never heard of 6%. I've never heard of 6% besides like really weird edge cases. There's the Coinbase One card that actually looks quite nice at this point. Dude, I'd happily do the Coinbase One card at this point. Are you saying I could get 4% back as Bitcoin while that shit is dirt fucking cheap? Are you kidding me? This is not investment advice. Nobody said you're a weirdo. I was saying it's funny that I'm at 800 plus now because I have absolutely defaulted on like power bills and shit from back when I was a snowboard bum. That's all I'm saying, dude. Again, footlong, what? So 4% on groceries is still fucking amazing, dude. I could get 4% on Costco stuff. 5 to 10 years ago does not matter. After 7 years, any like credit like default that you've done actually falls off your record. So you could even like you could commit like you could be bankrupt, and 7 years later, nobody fucking knows that you ever declared bankruptcy as far as like your credit goes. That shit's amazing. Yeah, if you can just simply like not take on any new debt or have to take a loan for 7 years, bankruptcy is really not a bad deal. Yeah. Jarrell, you have to file a form. You can't just yell it loudly. And I have footlong, but as far as we're both concerned, we are the exact same in the eyes of a creditor if we've never had a negative thing, right? It's actually crazy. Alrighty. So here we are living. Hold on. I don't know. We'll allow it, but again, take it easy. Yeah, I pay my shit off every month for sure, 100%. This is gonna be our life now. Whiskey with a water mixer. Depends on your bank. Jarrell, I would say the points that I get from Chase, I reuse for like Apple shit. I'm at the point where I could get myself like a pretty nice like MacBook Air. Now, here's the thing. You don't actually do it through their thing because you're going to take a hit, but you can actually output your shit to like Apple gift cards and then use those on their store. And then you can actually like fully like spec out the thing you want. But don't do it through Chase because Chase, like their reseller market doesn't allow you to actually modify the thing you're buying as much. So yeah, that's the pro tip. If you want to customize your Apple shit beyond whatever like the Apple reseller marketplace allows, you can just like output your fucking cash back as gift cards and use those directly on the Apple Store. Yeah, so you've already looked. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you can't get it fully spec'd, but with those as gift cards, and you can only do them at $200 a piece, so you're going to have to do like 10 of them. It's worthwhile to try. Exactly. It's like a bit of effort. It's a thing you got to do, but it is worth doing. For sure. Oh, when does that event happen specifically through Chase? But hold on, is that just on like through the reseller store? Is that like does that include gift cards? Cuz that if that includes gift cards, holy shit, dude. It might only be through the portal. Yeah. There's certain things I could get through the portal and be fine with though. Upgrading your phone, getting a MacBook Air that you don't care about because it's just your travel machine, things like that. I could see it. I could see value there. Dude, if it was on the fucking gift cards, oh, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, I do all of my work stuff through like a micro MacBook Air. And I'm still able to edit like 4K video footage, you know? It's actually crazy. Like MacBook Airs are an incredible fucking value. There's just certain things you wouldn't want to do with it, right? Yeah, exactly. Seb 4. Yeah, for sure. And hold on. You changed up your name, right, Seb 4? What was your original name? You don't have to dox it here. But I am curious. What was your, like... You don't have to dox it here. I'm really curious what your original name was, though. Nico! Oh, okay, okay. As long as you don't mind. I wasn't trying to get you to dox yourself. It was just like, hold on. I know most of my mods fairly well. I don't remember that name. Hold up. So there we go. All right, we got there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so hold on. Gemini thinks late spring and holiday season is when you'll see points worth 25 to 50% more. Oh, okay. So we're at about that time. And dude, Footlong, I appreciate you, man. You don't have to do this stuff. I hope you know that. I would rather the conversation and the points I made earlier be more important than any of this stuff. But if you want to do both, that's awesome. Thank you. You should definitely get some kind of commission. And I don't have to be wholesome, but here I am. No, I actually do have to be wholesome. Because I still have to, like, live with myself. You know? Like, just saying. No, I kind of do have to be wholesome because I have to look at myself in the mirror the next day. Even though I'm getting thicker, you know? I still gotta, like, be able to look myself in the eyes. But again, I do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I do have to be wholesome. Fuck me, right? Like, no, I get it. And I appreciate y'all for being, like, awesome. Thank you for being awesome, too, Footlong. Appreciate you. You're saying as I'm like looking in the mirror, right? Normally I would recognize myself, but I get it. Sometimes I let the mustache go too far. Who the fuck even is this dude? I'm easily an extra third of myself at this point. There's an extra like 30% of Chris that just shouldn't be here right now. Big portion, like right there. Another big chunk on my love handles, you know? Yeah, hold on. An $800 a year like thing, it's very similar to like the whole other people like using any of these like subscriptions, right? If they don't use the whole thing, they're simply like padding the buffer of what someone who does use the whole thing can use, but they still make a profit, right? So I think that's the big thing there. Maybe. Maybe. It's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. I want to do this. Rerun findings and review again, because I just don't believe you, Mimo. But I do have to pee, so give me a second, sorry. Literally the case with Claude Code, you'd say. Hold on, wait. Which Claude Code? You're saying like the people that don't use the full buffer and Claude Code makes money off it. I believe that's what you're saying, yeah? I completely agree. Yeah, 1000%. But let me go pee. BRB. Xiaomi are making LLMs now. Oh, they're making a shitload. Yeah. Which one is Xiaomi? That's the Mimo, right? Mimo, yeah? Did you just go look it up? Oh, you were asking and someone even pasted the link. Gotcha. Yeah. So we're currently using Mimo V2 Pro. We used Minimax to actually like do the coding. And realistically, the smart way is to like use something else for the review. So that's the goal right now. That's what we're doing. Giving it a shot. We'll see. How am I feeling about Mimo? As far as a reviewer, I think it's fine. Like, dude, it's still finding stuff in the review phase here. Does OpenCode host this themselves? They do not. No, it's actually like pretty well known that they're not hosting any of this themselves. What they're doing is they're just negotiating like deals via collective bargaining with all the providers that they use, right? So Mimo, Minimax, etc. There's someone at Anomaly making calls to these motherfuckers with like, making deals. And the deal is we've got X amount of users that could potentially use this many tokens. We want to buy X amount of usage from you at a cheaper rate, right? At a guaranteed rate, we will pay you this bare minimum just in case. You take that money, but you give us a better deal. Whether we use it or not, that's up to you. And if we go over, you can bill us. But we are trying to negotiate the rate at which we think we can get a better deal for our customers. And as long as you have enough collective bargaining for that, you could do the same fucking thing. You could absolutely do the same fucking thing. If you're at an organization that uses X amount of tokens per month and blah, 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 you could go to any of these providers and negotiate a better rate. I really hope you know that. Especially the open providers. Especially the open providers. Right? So Minimax, GLM, etc. Those are the most open to these like backroom deals, That level of sales is so interesting. It actually just comes down to like unit economics, man. Like, yeah, there is something to understanding business at like an economic level in a way that like a software dev never will. That makes you a way better fucking software dev if you even think about these things. For sure. Is GLM actually any good for dev? It is, yeah. GLM 5, not 4.7, but GLM 5 is totally fine for dev. Commander, I would not even credit Dex for that. No, do you not realize what Anomaly does? They've been building SST for ages, and SST has been negotiating these kinds of fucking deals with cloud providers. Like, it's actually a pipeline that they've been running since before AI. Just the idea of collective bargaining, Yeah, now they're just applying that same logic to a new business. It's actually really fucking smart. Genius. But it's not rocket science, They were absolutely, especially on behalf of their like customers for SST, negotiating better rates based on usage. Yeah, for sure. 1,000%. No doubt in my mind. Right? What do you think the other two main guys who work at Anomaly who are not coders, what do you think they actually do day to day? They're the people greasing these fucking business wheels. Dax is the guy actually doing most of the coding. At least as far as I understand it. Maybe Frank does a bunch of the coding too, but Jay doesn't do shit. Jay does not do any of the coding. Yeah, Jay is the business guy, for sure. He's actually really fucking cool too. I got to meet him in New York after the Code Feud event or whatever that like Prime and all them did. I actually got to meet and chat with Jay. He's really fucking cool, actually. Oh, he is mad. Yeah. Well, I mean, as a CEO, what else does he have to do all day? He could sit there on a phone just cranking out reps. No big deal, just doing his job. He could just sit there bench pressing all day long, making fucking business calls. It's not like he has to code. Ugh. Oh, did Automod get you? Sorry. Wait, what did Automod do? Oh, we didn't see Automod. And Big Pickle? Wait, I didn't even see you try the Big Pickle thing. Wait, what? It's not in the history. Who got Big Pickle? Oh, you allowed it through. Oh, I just missed it. Got it. That makes more sense. The Big P. Oh, that was it, right? Today you learned what SST is. Oh, no worries. And yeah, like, is it the exact same thing? No, but I'm willing to bet money that SST did do some of that kind of negotiation on behalf of their clients. I would just bet money on it, you know? So yeah, I think Jay is like fully like qualified for all of this bullshit, you know? These motherfuckers will just swallow you? Dax isn't that big. Nah, dude. Dax is like my height. Nah. No. 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 Dax is like a micro mini person like me. He's just thinner. I think at this point, you know, you meant the investors. Oh, yeah. Touche. Sure. I have no idea who Anomaly's like main investors are. I would assume they got a bunch of like crazy fucking angel investors at this point, let alone VC. readme.md is what you type. Their human-made readme.md is a breath of fresh air compared to the library-length readmes you're seeing all day at work now. So yeah, that was it. The readme.md gotcha. Angels are kind of like predators, etc. Like they only see movement until they like switch to infrared. Like they've been hunting since Revolutionary War times. Yeah, and like honestly, I was making a joke, but yeah, Cody, like most angel investors are just people, you know? They're actually not as crazy and shady as you think they are. They're just dudes with extra money that they know they will not get the same like return on if they just put it into the stock market. And they got to diversify anyway. Right? Angel investors are people so fucking rich that they have to figure out how to diversify their investments anyway, you know? Just when it comes tax time. They're so rich that the interest they make on the money they have is something that they have to aggressively invest. It's actually crazy. Otherwise, they're just like eating into their actual money at that point. They come in aggressive with like almost no money, but then you're stuck with some freeloaders, etc. I mean, just because they're an angel investor doesn't mean you need to give them as much attention as like someone who invested way more. No. Oh, you're an angel that invested 10K? I get it. I appreciate it. Thank you, but just saying. We're going to listen to the board. And your opinion has like a weight with which your vote has value, but it's not nearly as much as you think it is. But we'll listen, sure. But we're going to listen to the board. That's kind of how that just has to work, right? Like you have to listen to the board. It doesn't matter how much an angel investor invested if they're not sitting on your board, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. Footlong, you actually know way more about this like San Fran bullshit than I do. And I am saying San Fran intentionally at this point. Just to piss off the people that are like too like SF native, you know? I hope you're not one of them. But if you are, I can dial it back. You still have to continue to sell to them? Well, I mean, they still are investors, right? Like, you can't fuck them, but they're voting share still like is just based upon like, well, whatever your voting thing is, you're outvoted. I'm sorry. Too bad. That's how shares work, you know? At the end of the day, I don't think there's a single angel investor worth having as an angel investor that doesn't understand that. And here we go. Here's the thing with provocation. Theo understands that. He is an angel investor in a bunch of shit, but he knows that he doesn't have a say over how the business is run because the amount of money he put in is so much lower compared to what other people have put in, you know? He understands that. But he still put in his money because that's how you diversify. That's just smart money at that point. Any angel investor that doesn't understand that is not really an angel investor you want. You are paying specifically for your amount to play. Investing in a business is purely pay to play. Most angel investors will understand that. The ones that don't, well, you probably fucked up. Because, yes, you are vetting the angel investor at the exact same time they are vetting investing in you. You can just say no to their money. You can totally do that. Oh, no, I get it. I totally believe you there, Footlong. I totally believe you. Yeah, man. It's not necessarily the way I want to go, but yeah, dude. Let me put it this way. If I build a product that you want to invest into, let me know. I don't think I built one yet because I don't think there's anything worth investment yet. But I don't know, man. You know better than I do, and the moment it's attractive to you, well, maybe I should start looking at other people too. Right? But if it's not an attractive investment for you, then it's definitely not something I should pursue elsewhere. No, but you do understand that shit. If you had 10 grand, would you do it? That was like a pure Coca-Cola foam burp. That was gross. Oh, that was really gross. Oh, that sucked. Ugh. 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 Man, the grossest burps, dude. Yeah, I got food to cook. I got tortellini and sausage. I got chicken pot pies. I got stuff I can cook. I don't know what I actually want to cook at this point. No, I didn't get any steak thawed, which would have been good. I don't own lamb or rabbit, which would have been good for like a yesterday thing. Uber Eats? Fuck no. I refuse to use Uber Eats whatsoever at this point. But even DoorDash, nah. I complained about DoorDash routing my shit too far out of the fucking like realm of reasonable stuff because my shit came back cold. And at some point, they just decided that I wasn't worth what I was paying for their shit. So they said no, and I said, well, cool. I cancel. So yeah, I fully fucking canceled DoorDash because they were not willing to own the fact that they were doing really lame fucking delivery shit. That's fine. How much was I paying them? I mean, it's probably not even worth their time, but I was paying for the DoorDash pass, right? Like that, like monthly fee bullshit. I was paying for DoorDash pass. I was specifically picking and ordering the restaurants I order from when they were not at a point where I would be guaranteed to like be like routed extra. I want that shit direct to me. And I've ordered it multiple times and it like the direct to me still came back cold. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? So yes, I was paying for DoorDash Pass, whatever that like $6 a month, whatever bullshit is, and it did not protect me from their shitty routing. I'm okay with it. If they just want to refund me like the amount that they charged me on top of this bullshit, which if I were to buy the shit from the thing, like easily $10, just refund the $10 because obviously whatever service you're providing sucked that time. And they wouldn't even do that. Like, they wouldn't even credit me for it. Like, I got fed up. Dude, I got fed up with DoorDash's service, man. It's just no good. Doesn't matter how much I tip or, right? Like, if I pay for the subscription or not, I'm still getting shit service either way. Why would I do that? Especially when I got an Indian food place I can just walk to that is maybe not quite as good, but it's just right there, dude. Yeah, dude, DoorDash got so shit so quick that it's fucking insane. It's so weird to me. It was actually great during COVID. Oh my god. The amount of like ramen and other shit I ate because DoorDash was actually good during COVID was amazing, man. It was actually fucking amazing. But they got shady with the refunds. And like when I said cold food, oh, well, take a picture of the food. Motherfucker, I ate it because I was hungry. It doesn't matter if it's cold or not. Yeah, I microwaved it because it was cold. And now it's steaming. I complained to you. It's steaming now because I had to microwave that shit. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, dude, DoorDash is just absolutely a shit service at this point. Nobody should pay for it. Until they actually figure out how to, like, deal with real customers. It's just not worth it. DoorDash is elbows deep in their own legal bullshit? Yeah, sure, but they're still somehow miles ahead of Uber Eats, which actually blows my goddamn mind. That actually blows my goddamn mind. How the fuck is DoorDash better than Uber Eats, but they still just fucking suck? You know? That's crazy. Like, how shitty is Uber Eats at that point? Yeah, so yeah, no, I've stopped using delivery services. They're just not worth your money. I've got good food within walking distance. I can just go pick it up. H. Smith, you're saying that's what I should do for dinner? Nah, I'm good. Nah, that's not even a great meal. I got tortellini and sausage, and I got marinara sauce. We're good to go. Honestly, I got food to cook here. I don't need to do just like the poverty meal. I got shit I can eat. It's fine. I've got a tube of sage Jimmy Dean sausage that I can like cut in half and cook up and then cut up into chunks and put into my tortellini and eat that. Nah, we're good, man. I got shit I can eat. I'm just actually like really fucking lazy. I don't know if you know that about me. Is that not obvious? Oh no, Harrison, I'm not saying it's not an Italian meal. I bet it's fine. I bet it's delicious. But no, like, I eat one big meal a day. I need some kind of fucking protein. Nah, man. I eat one meal a day. I have not eaten any other meal today besides an apple. I eat one meal a day. I have to have some kind of protein in the meal I'm eating. Get your mind out of the gutter real quick, footlong. I know exactly the joke you're about to make. Right? Take it easy. Take it easy. I don't want that protein in my meal. Can I just say real quick? Fully artist in training, right? If you didn't have the visual, the sound effects really told a story there, didn't they? And then cacio de pepe. Hold on. I don't know if I've ever had that. It does sound like a similar dish to carbonara. I'm not trying to, footlong. I don't think that's a competition worth having, man. Nah, I'm good. No thanks. Nah, I'm good. I'll pass. So, cacio de pepe, like, what is actually about it, right? Like, you use the starchy pasta water for creating the cream sauce. The key is emulsifying the cheese and pepper with the hot, starchy pasta water. Aha. Interesting. Right, so you need Pecorino Romano. Sure. Sure. Toast freshly cracked black pepper. Jesus Christ, I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking doing that. There's no way, dude. Nah. Definitely not. Pasta water to the toasted pepper. Sure. Whisk grated cheese with a little pasta to form a paste, or add cheese directly to the skillet. Right, so it is really just like it's like a Parmesan cheese, like, focused sauce. And I think the big difference between this and carbonara is that actually, no, carbonara is an egg focused sauce. And the cheese is really just extra, you know? So I think that might be really the big difference, you know? Like, what is the base of the sauce? So I get that. Okay. This is purely like a cheese water sauce. That's it. That's it. I bet it's good. I bet it's really good. To make it not watery is hard. Yeah, so it's almost the opposite of carbonara, because the problem with a carbonara is, like, to make it not solid is hard. You know, like, to make it not congeal and create basically like the fried egg chunks, you know, to keep it like purely just a sauce is actually like the hardest part of making a good carbonara, you know? That part's tough. So it's almost like the exact opposite problems you have in making these things. In making a cacio de pepe, like the goal is to like get it thick enough that it's not watery and gross, whereas the opposite is true for the carbonara, where it's like, no, you want to keep it like smooth enough that you don't congeal the fucking egg, right? So yeah, like, I don't know, that's like a very different thing. Yeah, for both, you actually just have to keep stirring. So it's the same solution to both problems, actually. You have to steer so quickly and so well with the right exact temperatures that you get it just right. It's actually the same fix for the exact opposite problem, which is really interesting to me. Just keep stirring. Dude, I haven't done a carbonara here. I can't get guanciale, so instead I have to just do like pork belly. But it works. You know, I got pork belly I could do for a guanciale. Dude, I got pork belly. I got a shitload of pork belly, all frozen, to use for various things. I don't necessarily want to try and import guanciale. I just want to find a market that has it, you know? Am I going to find one here in Redmond? Probably not, but in Seattle, I bet I could. In Seattle, I bet I could find a butcher, like someone at Pike Place or something that has like proper guanciale. That would be really fun. That would be good. I do want to move closer to the city. That would be a nice thing. That would just be better in general. Like, that's the only place I drive to at this point besides the grocery store. Like, on a regular basis. I should just be there so I can walk to the shit that I would be driving to anyway. Because what the fuck am I doing here? Like, dude, I could find good Indian food in Seattle. I guarantee it. I'm sure I'd be willing to drive half a mile to a QFC, pick shit up, drive back home. There's got to be a Costco somewhere. Do I got to go to like West Seattle for a Costco? Maybe. I don't know. No idea. But still, same idea. Could be a thing. But then like I would no longer be buying like fish or even like beef anywhere but like fresh at the market, you know? Like I could just shop for almost anything like meat or poultry, like right there at the market. Like I don't know if poultry makes sense, right? Like chicken or duck or any of that. But at least there's like Chinese markets that would have that I could go pick up, right? Like I could just head to like various parts of like to grab that. So I don't know. It is something to think about. I do like the idea of just being right there in the city. I've never done it before. But then the other option is just like, you know what? I just want to move out to the boonies. And then really consider when I want to go into the city. Like, basically never. Sure. Or you drive out like a night early type shit just to go into Seattle. Make it a real fucking excursion. I'll do it quarterly instead of every month. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. Like, I'd still have to like drive to the airport at some point, you know? So I'd almost be better off like moving to the boonies out towards that direction to where like the airport drive is still like short and easy. Or for airport shit, I go a day early too. And then I just move to the boonies where like, I don't know. I could just wake up and go snowboarding within a half hour. That'd be the move. I would trade easier access to the city for less than a half hour drive for snowboarding. For sure. Oh, there's no way I'm getting to Canada. No. There's no way I can actually get into Canada right now. No, I got so much shit I gotta do before that would ever be a thing. So no. Nope. Nope. I even gotta let someone know I can't go to Canada. Like they just like I just got invited to a Whistler trip, but like no, I can't do it. No, it's just simply I have a reckless driving from when I was 18. That is 2002. I've been denied at the Canadian border before. That was probably 2003. And I haven't tried since, but at least from other conversations, I probably still can't get into Canada. And I need to get that shit expunged off my record. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Washington, expunge that shit. You're totally right. For sure. You're right. That's the thing I gotta do. I gotta do it. Yeah. I just recently even discovered this. So yes, I'm slacking by not having done it, but I really actually started to understand that now. Is it really $3,000? Yeah, it's worth it. I was kind of hoping it'd be cheaper, but all right. It's $3,000 with a lawyer. Couldn't a person petition for that without necessarily having to pass the bar? I think I'd just do that. I really do think a person should be able to advocate for that at that point. Yeah, I don't know about Washington, and yeah, you're not a lawyer. I get it. Probably cheaper in time lost to pay the lawyer. I think paying a lawyer for at least the consulting would be worth it. That'd be like $300, right? Just for like an hour of talking about it. I'd pay a lawyer for that. For sure. And that's really that's the first step. So I'd do that. For sure. Just, hey, can you take a consultation? I'll pay for an hour of your time. Are they really 800 to 1,000 an hour for a consultation? I don't think they do that. Maybe half hour then. Let's do a half hour. No, I mean, for that kind of law, I don't think you. This comes back to the ego of things, right? This is I need the most expensive model to come up with my fucking commit message. You don't. You really don't. There's actually a very clear boilerplate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. There's no fucking way I need an $800 to $1,000 an hour lawyer for this. There's no goddamn way, dude. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't talking about that. That's not the entire context of the conversation. To get a bullshit thing from over 20 years ago expunged off your record, dude, that's what? I don't even think you need $3,000. I really think $3,000's more than is necessary. I'm just saying, I don't think so. I don't know. It's got to be a very clear paper, form process. You go in, you argue your case. You understand just the step by step procedure and do it. Couldn't a person do that on their own behalf? Do you actually need a lawyer to do so? And you say time lost, but are you kidding me? That sounds like a fantastic fucking experience. Dude, I'd almost. I mean, technically, I am paying for that experience. I would. That sounds like a cool experience. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Went in, argued my case, got it expunged. Thank you, Your Honor. Out the door. That'd be amazing. Why wouldn't you want to have that as an experience? Oh, you could just pay someone to do it? Well, hold on. Maybe if it comes up a second time, sure. I don't think it will. For this one thing I fucking did, you know what? I kind of want to go through the process. I remember our fucking like gifted class going and touring the courthouse and shit. I thought that shit was fascinating. Oh man, could I go present my case? That actually sounds fun. Well, today I am that fool. Do you not know the film that's being referenced right there too? Do you not even know that? Oh shit. There's an Addams Family film. They say a man who represents himself in court has a fool for a client. Well, today I am that fool. And it's Raul Julia just like hamming it up as good as he does. It's so good. Oh, he nails it. It's really fun. Like, yeah, I'm not doing it justice. You got to watch the Addams Family films if you don't know the quote. I'm sorry, now you got homework. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I guess today I am that fool. I know I said it so like nonchalant that it really didn't like stick. But yeah, for sure. If I'd done the voice, I think it would have worked. Yeah, for sure. 8 p.m. No, I'm gonna do the sausage and tortellini tonight for dinner. It'll be good. Yeah, I didn't start thawing chicken, so I can't do the Alfredo chicken tonight. But I do want to do that again too. That's a solid meal. I want to do some like fish or something tomorrow. I think though. I don't know what yet. I'm thinking something like panko breaded, but not tonight because I didn't go out. You know. Someone recommended tilapia for panko breading. I might do cod. I don't know if catfish is the move. Oh, did we lose connection? Wait, what the fuck? Come on, music. We'll just skip that song, I guess. You think catfish sounds good with panko? Yeah, I do think. I do think I could get both. We could try it. We could try it. I do think I still prefer catfish, like beer battered. Maybe not prefer over cod, but it's just like, I don't know, there's something about it where, yeah, sure, is it a bit like kind of like mushy actually? That's kind of the thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it doesn't like harden up the same way like flaky fish does, you know? Ooh, blackened instead of deep fried? Yeah, I do like beer battered like catfish. I do think panko would be interesting because it might actually like dry out just the right way, which could be good. I don't know. That might be the move because if you can dry it out just the right way, then it's like really like it'll like absorb the sauce and become like I don't know, just better because of that instead of something like I don't know, like too soft, you know? I don't know. Thinking out loud. Whatever. I love food. I like talking about food. That's part of the problem. Anyway, let's keep going. Sure. Yeah. Like, dude, I wouldn't mind living someplace that I could actually just like go fishing or like crabbing or something. That'd be amazing. Ooh, dude, I could just move up north between here and Bellingham and have a place where I could go crabbing. Bring whole new meaning to like the Griffing and Chill channel. That'd be great. That'd be great. Crabbing, yes, you still have to like clean the crab. Yeah, that's a problem. And we've gotten into arguments about how to properly kill the crab. I guess a lot of people still just think like, you know what, no matter what, like even if you try and sever the thing, there's two nerve centers, so like there's still going to be like pain. The actual best thing is actually the boiling because, if it's hot enough, it's pretty quick compared to the amount of time it would take you to properly like puncture the right two places where the nervous system is. I think there's an interesting argument to that. I don't fucking know. But I've heard arguments on both sides. I don't have an answer. Not sure. But man, I do love eating crab. Shit. All right, so we're doing one more code review pass. And I think this is actually the biggest problem. Basically, none of these things have like the endless churning internal like reasoning token problem that like Claude and OpenAI do. But it means that it does require so much more like loops or like attempts to actually get it right. They're saying they're good. Oh wait, I chose done. I meant actually two. Do we think it'll know? There we go. It figured it out. I think we're good. Hey, you got on that. That's nice. And yeah, King, like even $3,000 would be worth it. You're right. You're right. I just think the experience of like if you could do so to argue this stuff, because really the boilerplate is pretty straightforward, right? And if you present yourself in a court of law appropriately, like I wouldn't be wearing a fucking beanie. Shit. Shit. It would be one of the few places where I would just not have a beanie. I'd probably shave my head ahead of time. Fuck it. Whatever. Go in there, present my case. Thank you, Your Honor. Blah, blah, blah. I would like to, blah, like, at this point, though, like, I feel like it should even just be a set of forms. And it goes to, like, a form review process before it even needs to involve, like, a proper, like, court thing, you know? Footlong, you're making some crazy assumption. To get a thing expunged off your record, you're not in criminal court. Right? You are not defending yourself of a crime. I believe most of this shit should basically just be a form. And then you go on your day of court and listen. I don't know for sure. I'd look it up. But like, dude, I don't know, man. Take it easy. If I were representing myself, if it were even legally allowed to do so, I would have to present my case. And I would want to do so because I think it would be kind of fun. For a thing that is just clearly cut and dry. I am not defending myself of a crime. I already am guilty of that crime over 20 years ago. My argument is simply that it should be expunged from my record. That is not some criminal proceeding. That is a clerical thing. It would be fun. Okay, dude. Okay, so this thing at least thinks that we have massively optimized Hold on, I hate this song. God, those lyrics, Jesus. I can't write any better, but still, that doesn't actually mean they're okay. All right, so I'm gonna say okay. All right, so this is what the Origins Auto Research Session 2 is at. Yeah, how about them Yankees? Anyone actually follow baseball? I think we all know. I've had this idea for ages. I want to install the ultimate not being high-end driving tool. I don't know. There's a better name to come up with it for it, right? Like there's got to be some way to do that, right? But it's the ultimate anti-driving, like after smoking too much weed tool. And it simply operates your radio. And like whether you have radio access or not, maybe it just plays some like pre-recorded baseball, especially if it's baseball you've heard before and you're listening again, right? Like you're listening to it. If you listen to this baseball feed when you turn on your car for longer than 30 seconds, it cuts off the ignition for at least 3 hours. Because baseball is so goddamn boring that if you're actually entertained by a radio feed of it, you're way too high to drive, dude. What do we think? Is that like a product we could do? Is that something we could launch? Should I take that to like Dragon's Den? Right? Like, dude, that's totally a fucking product. We just play fucking baseball over your like car speakers, and if you listen for more than 30 seconds, oh, sorry, no. You have 30 seconds to pull over. Otherwise, we just cut your shit and you can't drive for 3 more hours and you have to push yourself out of the way. Pull over. No, you should not be driving. Federally, are they actually still maintained federally to maintain AM radio support? Here's the thing though, like you might be driving at a time where there isn't baseball playing, you know? Like even AM radio. So it'd have to be something that you like install into your vehicle or like set up like via your like smart car bullshit or something. It's like a thing you'd have to do. Because, like, there isn't all... Is that... Hold on, wait a minute. Am I wrong? Is it actually, like, one of the fundamental things of the universe that if you comb enough AM radio stations, there will eventually be baseball playing? Is that a thing? It's like, you ever seen the movie PCU? There's a character who's sitting on the couch verifying his, like, senior thesis that at all times there's a Gene Hackman movie playing. It's that same idea. It's the same thing, right? If you comb basic cable long enough at the time of the film in the 90s, there will at least be one Gene Hackman film playing. And then I think he has some other, maybe he even says like Gene Hackman or someone else. And then finally, like at the end of the film, it's like he finds the perfect thing. It's like Gene Hackman and them in the same movie. This is my senior thesis. Oh my God. Like he has that moment. It's really good. See, I don't mind spoiling the movie PCU because good luck finding it online. You can't. You just can't do it. I believe Jeremy Piven and David Spade used as much of their like lawyer power as they could to make that movie disappear because it betrays how bad their hairlines were at the time. And like how obviously their hairlines didn't magically get better without some help. That's why you don't see anyone publicizing Larry Sanders' show first season as well. Just saying. Jeremy Piven's powerful, man. I bet he's listening right now. People talk about the Eye of Sauron, but no one actually talks about the Eye of Jeremy Piven. I don't know what that even means. It doesn't mean anything. Don't read into it. God, I don't want to get sued. All right. Anyway, continuing along. So the bullshit that we're doing, actually, we do have this many actual like commits that happened, you know, and we were churning auto research loose on this, just hanging out. And I think there's value to that, you know. So based on this, right, we initialized auto research for at least one metric. We did a fix in the autoresearch.sh, I guess. The Clanker did. Yeah, it reverted to a baseline state, slight improvement, something. Huh? Added some stuff to some enums. It reduced the enum size and improved cache locality, giving a 1.2% speed up. We got another minor speed up from adding the copy trait to message kind and operation type. No further improvements expected with simple changes. So, I don't know. We got like a kind of like a bullshitty thing. And I think that's fine. I think that's worth it. I think it's worth it. So now we can let it run and see what actually happens. We are blazingly fast. Yes, exactly. Harrison, Mr. Sir, didn't you say you were leaving? No, and it's fine. I'd appreciate it if you stay, for sure. I am drinking water whiskey now. Yeah. So we did the Coca-Cola earlier. Now we are on the water whiskey. That's the last of the whiskey we're going to have today. We're like trying to taper a bit, you know. tomorrow. I think we'll only do 2. Sure. Because water whiskey sucks. The Coca-Cola is like addictive because of the sugar, right? The water whiskey is actually really easy to pace. Most of the time. Most of the time. If I add lime to it, oh shit, no, then we can chug. But yeah, just water and whiskey, like, yeah. Just drink Red Bull. I've actually tapered myself off of energy drinks entirely. In general, there, Dean. I used to, I don't know, sponsored's the wrong word. I used to get enough free Rockstar energy drinks that you might as well have called it sponsored, but it was like rep level. Like no one knew my name. I didn't talk to anyone on any team or any bullshit. I just got free Rockstar energy drinks. And then same idea for like I also got free Chronic energy drinks and all the flavors they had and blah blah blah. Like yeah, I did all that. And then even for a time there was like for the terrain park crew at Stevens Pass, because of someone we knew, we had basically unlimited free wired energy drinks. This was during the 2000s, right? Like the aughts, in which energy drinks had their heyday. And it was fucking awesome. It was actually really cool. It was fucking great. But yes, so at this point, I know there is something that they did that is going to kill me at some point. Because holy shit, you can't drink that many energy drinks and not somehow come out okay. You know? Shit. Right? Nah, there's no way. There's no fucking way. All right? There's no way, dude. The great energy drink crisis of like the 2030s is about to happen, all right? We're just on our way to it, for sure. Everything's going to be traced back to energy drinks. For sure. Right? Yeah. It'll be the millennials version of leaded fuel. Exactly. 1000%. The funniest part, dude, my younger brother even wrote a story about this ages ago, back when I was getting the free energy drinks. That's why it was even funnier. So yeah, my brother might be a psychic. He might actually like time travel. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Shit, dude. All right, touche. He also wrote a story that he described, and I think I read at one point that I still think about, and I wonder if he realizes I still think about it. Basically, it's a short story. It sets you up. A bank is being robbed, and someone is being like crazy, right? Like, dude, like they are just like the craziest fucking bank robber. They are so harsh. They're doing like the craziest goddamn things, you know? And as like, like the story progresses, short story is like, I don't know, 10 pages max. Like, really, it's not a long one. At the end of it, person's running out and just does something else unhinged, and someone says, Jesus Christ. To which the antagonist protagonist says, no, the name's Jesus Christopher. Hold on. My name's Chris. Is that how he thought of me at that point? Shit, man. I don't know if he even knows that that's really like how it had to be interpreted, right? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. No, the name's Jesus Christopher. I'm like, whoa, dude. I don't know. I wonder if my brother knows that I still think about that. That'd be weird. I doubt he does. I still do wonder about it. Wonder if he even, yeah. I doubt he even remembers writing it. I'm sure I'm just like glossing over some of the other like lighter parts of the story too, because I just really like focused on like the negative aspects. But yeah, I don't know. I do think there's something interesting about just I don't know why this came up even, right? Like millennials version of leaded fuel. It's just more like the nostalgia of that era and like just things. I don't know. But yeah, no, it came about because it was connected. Like he wrote the story about the energy drink stuff, and then like I was thinking about like another story he wrote. That was the connection. That's all. Anyway, so back to Jesus Christ. The name's Jesus Christopher. Like, I don't know. It was just so like, damn, dude. All right, whatever. All right, so I think we're good on that. We can close some shit. I think we're good on that. We got Pi Auto Research churning a little bit, but I know we pushed it up. I am really curious about how this is going to go after the next set of benchmarks. And they got to run, so we won't know until they're done. So we're going to let that keep going. And the main idea is we got this. We reran code review, and it passes everything? Right, so 3, we're done. It's going to update the story again, I think, slightly. We are using, like, the high shit. I am curious, like, how much of the open code Go stuff have we used? Like, they're not doing, like, a recurring fetch, so I get that. Interesting. So as far as they, like, measure the numbers, we've done at least 31 cents with the Minimax model today. And we've spent, dude, like 2.25 doing the code review process, actually, which is interesting. The code review process through BMAD is actually way more token intensive than actually writing the code in the first place. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. So new context. We should start making sure this thing actually starts committing for itself. I think we can do that. I may actually have something in my global agents thing that prevents that. I should double check that. Oh, wrong thing. No. Never mind. think we're good. Yeah, it was that tab. All right, no, we're good. All right, so status, cuneiform, main. We did that part. Open code this part. I want to run this for the next task. Yeah. I feel really good about that tweet, right? The open code thing, right? Branding, Zen is the one you pay as you go, but Go is the one you don't have to stress about token usage for. Like, oh my god, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? That's actually funny. That is incredibly funny to me. I can't believe no one else thought that was hilarious. Maybe it's on purpose. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. Hold on, do you guys not see the tweet? I'll just like repost it. I think it's fucking beautiful. It's one of the better tweets I've done lately. Right? It's not punching down. It's actually just like funny because it's a play on words. You know, like it's actually just good. I think yeah, no, this one's I feel really good. I feel really good about this one. This one's just fun. You know. Not being a jerk, not punching down, not calling someone out. Whether it goes big or not, I don't care. I like a tweet like this. But Twitter doesn't actually promote shit like this. I just wanted to share it because you won't see it on your timeline, you know? But it's funny, yeah? Shit. Shit. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Are we doing a thing? We are doing a thing. We want to create the next story. We just did an entirely new fucking start to like, yeah, let's pick up the next story, dude. So we're gonna churn it. We're gonna fucking just like knock it out, man. How we doing on tokens there, open code? We're good. We're good. Next story. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Who the fuck buckles their shoes? Damn, that's an old nursery rhyme. Like, holy shit. What? Damn, that's a really old fucking nursery rhyme. Who buckles their shoes? I guess Velcro could be considered buckling your shoe. So maybe it makes sense for kids. Buckle my shoe. What is... I don't know what that means, actually. Fortinet? What is Fortinet? Wait, what the hell is Fortinet? I do need to get more water here in a bit. I think we're good on that. But we are getting towards maybe like the chiller part of stream, and maybe I do need to figure out the food thing. Sausage and tortellini does sound fantastic. Oh, here's something I'm going to do because I didn't mean to, but you know what? We're going to have Mimo implement this next story, and then we're going to have Minimax review Mimo. And then we're just going to like alternate those two things. Ooh, I actually like that. And we're going to see which one we like for which or the other as long as I remember to change that shit. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Which is the better one for like the task? Ooh, I like that. How about trying Gemma 4? No, I don't feel like turning an idiot loose on my code base. I'm already here, man. We don't need two of them. Right, that's the joke. Boom, roasted. Yeah. Shit. And rotating? How'd that work out for you there, LK? I'm curious, actually. I'm doing it with Mimo and Minimax, but tomato, tomato. Since Opus is just really good at UI stuff, you prefer that? I am. I really. Have we seen the same shit? Dude, none of these things are actually good at UI stuff. Not with like crazy fucking prompting, which is what like makes Lovable actually useful as a service. The level of like prompting bullshit they do behind the scenes. Right? Lovable is just a fucking AI workflow of the smartest models they can get with the fucking prompting they've had for ages. And that's it. It's actually like extremely fucking simple. I don't understand how that product is like actually a thing. You know, like Jesus. Some really good stuff with the front end design skill with Opus. I don't know, man. Yeah, I tried. Like, let me put it this way. I still consider this shit. If that makes sense. Like, it's not even good. It's just shit. I don't like it. I think this is that skill. I'm almost positive I have used the front end design skill on this. And I just don't like it. Like, I don't know. There's just something so. Like, I get it. If you don't design user interfaces in general, this looks good, yeah? No, it just sucks. Like, the emphasis is in the wrong place. Like, why is my, like, eye drawn to, like, things that aren't the thing that matter, right? Like, some shit should be muted. Like, there's just so much that, like, a real proper designer would understand about just, like, visual hierarchy that you just don't get from some of these like clanker skills. I don't know how to describe that, dude. Like it's a thing, man. And yes, we used the front end design skill. We totally did. We totally fucking did. Like, dude. it's just not good. You know, like it's not even consistent spacing. Like, why is this spacing different from that spacing? Come on, no designer would have done that. There's no fucking way, right? Why would you do that? I don't know a designer that would have done that, personally. At least here it's consistent. But now it's just not, like, let me put it this way. If they were to do that, they should be consistent with it across the board then, right? And it's just like, there's so much just like, ugh, to it, you know? I just think it's too bullshitty. But oh no! Alright, you're our only hope. Benchmark tool. Please tell me you've got good news for us and we can like merge in this auto research session. That'd be just amazing, wouldn't it? No, still going. Only 21 minutes of runtime, so no big deal, right? Maybe that's a good sign. Yeah, I don't know. Man, I have been seeing some like AI video generation stuff from coworkers. Damn it, you know what? We might actually have to do a bunch of that here on stream at some point to try and understand this shit. I think I'm gonna have to do it. For sure. Because it's not like the fucking Sora bullshit. It's like, no, you're like prompting the creation of like bullshit like text animations and like visualizing what a pull request looks like with arrows and shit. And like, no, you can give it a prompt as shitty as that and still get something actually kind of cool. But if you put in some effort, oh my god. Dude, some of the shit my coworkers are showing is blowing my mind. Like, well, fuck. Now I guess I gotta try that shit. I was skeptical and I was thinking about other stuff, but you know what? Maybe I don't even need to care about that. Fuck. Holy shit. So yeah, now, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I would love to see those benchmarks finished because I am really curious and I don't want to leave that to tomorrow because we got other shit to do. It'll just distract me at the beginning of tomorrow. But whatever. So here we go. Oh. Dude, I think it's crazy how quick the coding actually like does this stuff. Right? So now we go run code review. Right? Open code. Models. Right? We're going to juggle them like we were just doing. We got... Where the fuck is 2.7? There you go. And yeah, we're going to make that one a favorite too because fuck yeah, dude. And then we're going to be juggling these fuckers. So now mini-max time. And yes, I know you're saying, like, I could just do the slash thing for the skill. I just don't think you're correct. Because I have just not had good luck with that. So now I'm just going to say code review. And I think I get more value out of it. By just, like, separating it into the steps and saying I want to do it. I get better results. It's fucking weird, man. You can't predict the clanker. Let me put it that way. You kind of want to explore functional programming. Does Elixir have an insane learning curve or worth going for? No, I mean, just do it. It's so easy. Just try it, dude. Who gives a shit? Just try it. I think you'll like it. You're going to miss maybe type safety, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I keep looking at the tweet. I'm really proud of that fucking open code tweet, man. I don't care if it gets a lot of views. I feel really good about a tweet like that. It's just a fun play on words. I love that shit. Those are the best tweets. Whether they go big or not doesn't matter. Those are the best tweets. So yeah, found story that in review mode. Let's review it. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know, man. Here's the link. It just feels like a good tweet, you know? That'd be amazing. I'd own it. I'd take it. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm in. Sounds great. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, dude. Let's do it. Branding. Get that face right there. Right? Big on a t-shirt. Nail it. Nailed it. The voice of a generation. I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. Dude, that's the bullshittiest thing I've said all day. And I've been talking all day. Yeah. Hold on, wait. I need to launch. Wait, what? 3 parallel subagents: the Blind Hunter, the Edge Case Hunter, and the Acceptance Auditor. Where the fuck did that shit come from? I don't remember seeing that earlier. That's a thing? Did they do that earlier? No way. No fucking way. Really? Huh. All right. I don't know, man. Shit. Dude, I got a fucking blog post I need to publish here very soon. Or at least get ready for publishing about code review to time up with some shit. All right, real quick. I do need to get water. I'll probably go use the restroom. I could probably turn off the fan, or I could just grab a hoodie. When's the bubble gonna burst? Hopefully right after I pull all my shit out. But that'll never happen. So whatever. Right? Time in the market is better than timing the market, right? I don't know. Not financial advice. $16 things we need to talk about? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Hold on, I gotta pee. I gotta pee before we look at all this. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh, fuck, dude. Alright, give me a second. BRB. Alrighty. So, grabbed a hoodie, got some slippers on, and let's actually look at some of this. Okay, so there's 16 things, but maybe some duplicates. The highest thing is the double JSON serialization corrupts payload storage. What the fuck? Jesus. Decision needed race condition on form creation. Oh, okay. So things requiring decisions. 2 dot space. Two concurrent posts to the same form ID can both pass the existence check, causing either a primary key violation or duplicate forms. Use insert something on conflict do nothing, or wrap in a transaction with serialized inserts. Ooh, what do we think? Should we do an upsert? Ooh. Or a transaction? Wait, why is that a problem? All right, so then let's at least look at the second thing. No, 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 no. No, so I believe this is actually like this is for creating forms themselves. I don't think this is about a form submission. I think this is a form themselves, and like we're allowing users to do that, right? I think that's worth double checking, right? So then at this point, right? Let's at least look at number 5 here. So there's a null binding for owner ID. D1 prepared statements may not handle null binding correctly. Use undefined and let Drizzle handle it. Verify D1 handles null correctly and keep as is. A? Maybe verify D1 behavior would have been good, but I don't think this clanker actually has like that kind of access, you know? I don't feel like opening a new thing, but it's definitely something I could add some waters. So what are we doing? We are prompting this stuff through this thing called BMAD, where we are trying to play the role of like project manager, at which point like we came up or helped come up with the entire game plan and epics and all that stuff. And we're trying to just like agents solve this stuff. We are role playing. It's an RPG. Yeah, for sure. This is a role playing game. We are role playing project manager. And I'm really bad at it. I think if I played like long enough, I could probably like min max this shit a bit. But I don't even know what stats I'm trying to like optimize for. I don't think whiskey is one of them. But we'll find out. It does hit hard. Yeah, no, like, dude, I will say the Henry McKenna is actually, I've always mixed it with Coca-Cola, so like sipping it straight, no, it's actually like kind of harsh. It does hit hard. And were you talking about like the metaphor of what I was talking about, or like the whiskey? Like the face I made after I drank it? Maybe both? I don't know. All right, so number 2. The race condition scenario. Client posts 2. Yeah, right? The client should not be controlling form IDs. That is the problem of the server. Like, dude, obviously. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? How is that a thing that the clanker thought was a good idea? Motherfucker. Yeah, why is a client choosing form ID? That's a terrible goddamn idea. Yeah, refine the spec. Yeah, no. Yeah, A, the spec was wrong, man. Fix the spec. Do it right now. Do it now. Fix it all now. Yeah, so, like, dude, all this stuff needs so much babysitting. Like, I just don't understand how anyone thinks they could just turn this stuff loose with no fucking guidance. Only person who thinks that's never actually tried anything remotely like that, you know? All right, so how'd this go? There you go, there you go. All right. So hold on. I bet, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah, some people just don't even like test the shit they're doing. I think that's the craziest part to me. Yeah, no. So, Caleb, exactly. I agree. I was at this event for Arise AI where I gave a talk about like some study we did and bullshit. But like, I talked to some people ahead of time, and like every single person's like, "Do you know anybody doing the like fully autonomous workflows?" And like, no, I don't. But like, if you're asking me, like, do you? No, right? Because it's not a thing, man. Yeah, I don't know. I just think all this stuff's tough, man. We cannot optimize the hot path mentioned. Other parts of hot paths could be looked at to compensate. All right, so there you go. That's a big old fucking Pi Auto Research with Step 3.5 Flash. Basically a stupid model. And we could switch. We could change it up. We could do something else. But also, let's try it. Fuck it. Why not? Who cares? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We could try it with other stuff. All right, so hold on. LK, you don't do autonomous workflows, but you can say, honestly, you haven't typed a single line of code yourself. Even for each change, you just tell the AI to do it so that once it tries to build, run tests, it can also fix those. It's been about a year now since you stopped after 7 or so. Ming, blah, blah. Here's the biggest thing I get. Like, oh, you see the clanker points out it's a single line change to fix. You'll never just go fix that yourself. You're going to make the clanker boil a bunch of water to do so. All right, man. I get it, but man, wow. That's how far we've come, huh? It's a single line change, but you still want to, like, at least boil a part of the ocean to do so? Interesting. All right. I get it. I probably do it, too, when I don't even realize it, you know? But to do it consciously is a separate thing, I think. Well, I mean, fuck crocodiles. Dude, those guys are the worst. Why you think they're so ornery? All them teeth and no toothbrush. Oh, is that alligators? Shit. Can I just say how proud I am to just work a random Waterboy reference into chat? No big deal. Just like, you know. If I didn't call it out, like, it would have just flew right onto the radar. I like that. That's nice. That's nice. All right, new context. And it actually just did a bunch of stuff, so now we got to go back to models and flip it back. All right, then we do the code review again. So now it's reviewing both itself and the thing before it. Fuck it, whatever. I'm still discovering it. This whole, like, BMAD thing, I'm not sure about. This is my first time, like, getting into the implementation side of things. I really like the planning steps of BMAD. I'm not so sure about the implementation steps so far. I'm still fiddling with it. I don't know. We're still doing discovery. So I don't know if you have thoughts or critiques or just, I don't know, anything related to what you're seeing. Like, I'm open. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I'm fiddling with it. This is brand new to me. I have done other stuff previously. I've been heavy into like the augment intent stuff where I'm doing all of the planning of like just like smaller features for a thing that already exists or whatever, right? You know? When I yelled at beads, yeah, damn right. Yeah, exactly. I'm poking at all these workflows because they exist and I don't know what I actually like, and I think the entire thing is like, as a developer advocate especially, I have to try and understand how other people are doing this stuff. Doesn't mean I have to have the same opinion, but I at least got to try the same shit, you know? So yeah, eventually we're going to be trying the open spec thing. Absolutely. Eventually I'm going to try, what's the other one? There's like open spec and something else kind of in the middle. I forget what the other one was. And then there's finally like at the other end of the spectrum, there's get shit done. We're going to try a get shit done project too, dude. I don't even know. I got no fucking idea. No clue. Zero. None. But we're going to do something with get shit done. I don't know yet. What is OpenSpec? It's another just like figure out what you want to build tool. It's like BMAD. I don't know. We'll be checking it out sometime in the next week or two. Obviously. Shit, I want to say like within the next couple days because I got shit I want to build still. Use that spec as the context, yes. Honestly, I really kind of like this, dude. Shit, man, could you imagine if I just lived somewhere and didn't have to worry about having a job and I could just like stay up any hours I want? I could cook food and come back and like we're just prompting as we're like cooking. Like we could just do voice and shit and just like keep prompting. Not have to worry. Like I could just go late into the night because I don't have neighbors kind of shit. Like, oh, that'd be so good. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Man, it's good to have dreams. But where am I gonna do that when while I could also be like within a half hour of a mountain to snowboard at, while also being within a reasonable distance to drive the night before to like a big city that has like meetups for tech shit. And then yeah, in that city, I would actually just book like a super cheap fucking apartment, like just the smallest piece of shit. Stream from my bed basically while I'm in town. Fuck it. Yeah, why not? $500 a month for the top bunk on a bunk bed. I'm good. All right, let's do it. Sounds great. Fuck it. Just to drive into the city and have a place to pass out. Be better to have the bottom bunk, actually, because you could roll in without like fucking with people. So I like that and I think that's interesting, but also I don't know. I want it to fill in blanks. I think part of the value of these things is to make assumptions. I want it to make assumptions. I don't want to give it all the direction in the world. I want it to make assumptions. I want it to figure shit out. If it's wrong, it's wrong, but when it's right, it's right. And like when it does something that you didn't predict, that's even fucking better. Like I really like that you didn't predict in a good way. That's like, oh shit. Yeah, dude. I wasn't even thinking about that. Did it assume deleting my .git last night? In which project? I don't think we had a .git. I don't know. I don't remember. It's like I was smoking weed or something. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Did it? Didn't stand out to me as the thing that mattered. No, I have found that I don't know how to prompt it for UI UX shit. That's actually a major flaw. Yeah, that was my stomach rumbling. I'm hungry. Double wink. Separate table for versioned schemas. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Subsequent submissions return an inferred schema per request. The spec defines schema learning as first post only. What should subsequent submissions return? Omit schema from responses, I would say. No, I get it, Dean. That's part of the fun of the stream. Honestly, I enjoy you all hanging out. You could be doing all of this stuff alongside me, man. You could just be doing that. You can do both. Why aren't you doing both? You can ship post and do your own stuff. That's what the whole like clanker like spinning thing is for. You can do other stuff while it's doing it. That's the best, isn't it? Shit. Shit. Hey, Zed, Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? Sorry, Zed, you raided into what I think is basically a brain rot stream. We are currently doing a bunch of this, like, agile planning with AI. We're prompting AI to do it. Like, we're hanging out while we do so. So I apologize if that's not something you were meaning to raid. I know, absolute disaster. But you know what? I'm a developer advocate. I have to understand the brain rot. It's part of my job to understand how other devs work. So I gotta try and do some of the brain rot myself. It's kind of my job. But how you doing? Yeah, what you up to? What were you up to today on your stream? And yeah, so you were doing some of your game jam stuff. Oh, how'd that go? Right? Like, is the game jam over? I think the game jam's like at least wrapping up or whatever, right? Like winding down. I almost said winding up. That's not it. It's over, and you barely submitted on time. Yeah, exactly. I love deadlines. I especially love the sound they make as they're whooshing by. And yes, that's a Hitchhiker's Guide quote. I believe that's a Ford Prefect quote. So yeah, now you're just reviewing what you did and planning to optimize some of the things that you had to do. Yeah, is there any like learnings that you can take from what you built into some of the other games that you're building like more long term? I would guess so, but I don't know. I get that, Caleb. Yes, I need to adopt like the longer running things, and that would be a major goal, and I plan on doing so for sure. Yep. 4 days just making your game switch screens, definitely not optimal, right? Yeah. But still, like, that's like learning you can take into like the next thing. I love that about just like, that's how a lot of like game engines actually are, right? Like at like major studios. Like whatever big game engine you've heard of, no, it actually consists of just like a bunch of like really custom functions that don't apply to any other kind of game you're trying to make. Yeah, that's why the Assassin's Creed game engine is the game engine it is. It really consists of just a shitload of utilities. You know? Like so many utilities, it's its own engine at this point. That's my theory, at least. I don't fucking know. But yeah, sure. So yeah, you were curious about the thing we're doing. So we're using this tool called the BMAD method. And it's more just like agile development that you're trying to do with clankers, right? With like the AI bullshit. So, I'm not saying you have to like really dig in and fucking opt into this. This is like such like a level of I'm going to do the planning with the thing. We're going to go through so many steps and plan out the project. This is for me like trying to plan out like a large scale like a product, not just like a feature for an existing thing. That is like the scope at which I'm really trying to like explore these tools. So this tool specifically is about, yes, the more agile, like enterprisey focus to planning and thinking about things and blah, 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 and all the skills involved. And I liked it. I really did like it. And it came up with some interesting things during like the research phase that I thought was really cool that I never would have done myself. Right? Like I just had a very basic thing I wanted to do. So yeah, the planning and the PRD and like the bullshit of it, hugely valuable. I like it. There's another tool called OpenSpec that I have heard multiple people highly recommend. Right? The lightweight spec-driven framework, and I don't know. I haven't touched this. I don't know anything about it. Beads is not BMAD. Beads and BMAD are 100% separate. Yeah, beads is more of like issue tracking, and that's it. And theoretically, BMAD could somehow use beads, but no, BMAD is more about like maintaining all of its context in like a markdown file, more so than beads being in like the JSON L files. They're fundamentally separate things. Theoretically, you might be able to make them work together, but I haven't tried that. I mean, sure. Basically, everything's a sex thing if you try hard enough. That's just science. So yeah, Zed, yes, the open spec thing I think is interesting and I really want to try it. And there's some other thing that is somewhere at like this middle level of this like spec driven or like planning level development. And then there's this other thing that I really want to try out called get shit done. And to me, that is more like the vibe coder version of this like BMAD bullshit. So it's just like GSD build, get shit done. And I also have not used this either. BMAT is the first like planning orchestration tool I have tried to use. They're all markdown at the end of the day, and they're just like skills that you spawn and run, right? It's like pre-made prompts, basically. So it's not fucking rocket science, you know? None of this stuff is really that complicated. There's a lot of people that think they're fucking geniuses for putting their thoughts into markdown files. G-Stack. Oh, man. Yeah, did someone say G-Stack? I think I just said G-Stack. Yeah. Now, yeah. Some people hallucinate the value in this stuff in a massive way. But it is worth trying and understanding. And I think that's actually more important than anything. I do think there could actually be value. Like, if BMAD has value, GStack has value too, right? I just think GStack doesn't have any discernible, like, tutorial associated. It's just he vomited it out. He doesn't even have, like, a workflow that really, really makes sense. They do have some stuff in there, but I think they need to break stuff out to, like, actual workflows, just not just, like, individual skills. And I think then GSet could actually have value, but just like individual skills vomited out into a repo doesn't actually help anybody. Because like, how do you actually like layer these and like what order do you call them in? What value do they have? Like if you call them in the wrong order, is it still even worth using? According to BMAD, the answer is no, because they were like, hey man, oh yeah, as far as like what we're doing, we realized that this one step totally has to come after shit. So in V6, epics and stories are after architecture. So yeah, like GStack, do you have anything about just like the value prop of like what order to even call that shit in? And he doesn't, because it's bullshit. He doesn't even know. He vibe coded the fuck out of it. It's fine. I get it. But people who actually care about how this stuff works do care, you know? I guess that's the main part there. But yeah, I do think I want to try get shit done. I want to try OpenSpec. I think there's some other thing at the OpenSpec level. And fuck it, at some point, could I prompt some clanker to give me like a happy path for the GStack? Fuck it, why not? Right? Let's try it. Why not? Let's try it. You know? We don't know yet. We got to try it. That's actually the rules. We don't know till we try it. So we got to try. Got to keep an open mind, you know? But we can still have fun and still roast some people. Anyway, continuing along. So yeah, those are the things. The flow that we're doing right now is we do have the BMAD coding flow going. We did the planning past couple days. We are now in the coding flow. And the coding flow is consisting of turning one model loose against the implementation and another loose against the code review process. And then we have somewhat mixed them because in this PR, during the code review process, we had it fix some stuff. And now we have the original PR creator doing the review of the stuff it did within the context and blah, blah. So like we've gotten a little muddy there, but I don't know if it matters. I think the goal is that we just bring in different models because of their different weights and make sure that we're not getting like AI death, right? Or what is it? Context death? I forget what they call it, right? There's a clearer way to do this. You have to go watch the movie The Big Hit. And there's the bit where the dude is calling in, right? And he doesn't want to get traced, so he has the trace buster. But then what if they have a trace buster? Well, I got the trace buster. Okay, all right, let's do this shit. And then on the other end, with his trace buster, they got him. You know, and it's just like this, like, fucking cat mouse bullshit of like Tracebuster or whatever. Like, I'm not sure how that actually works, but it's just funny in the context of the film. The tech doesn't have to matter, but it's just hilarious, right? Because they were actually kidnapping the child of the dude who invented the Tracebuster, which is like part of just like the idiocy of the film, right? Like, dude, these idiots didn't even think about who they were kidnapping. Right? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. So, yeah, that's part of the fun of the movie. If you haven't seen the big hit, there you go. But the Trace Buster, or whatever, like, oh, man. Classic technology, right? All right, so we chose that. We chose, all right, for this one, for the empty body part. An empty JSON body accepted without validation. Should the API require at least one field? I don't think an empty payload makes sense. I say we reject empty payloads. Yeah. I'm going to say, voila. Go for it, man. Do it. So, yeah, I understand. I know we're letting the clanker go. This is basically brain rot. But again, there are people working this way. I need to understand how they do so, and we're trying to do it for a thing that I don't even think needs to exist. The thing we're trying to build is a form spree competitor, right? If you're not familiar with form spree, that's fine. Typeform competitor, etc. And we're trying to like build it out as like a service that runs entirely on Cloudflare architecture. Because number one, it's basically free, but also they have this Cloudflare workers incubator. Mm, Launchpad. That was it. Launchpad. That's it. That's the name. Workers Launchpad. There you go. So theoretically, I would like to apply to this service with a thing that I think, like, yes, it's 1000% like built for Cloudflare. This is it. This is the only place it even makes sense to run. Could we build a form submission tool that theoretically could mimic what like a Cloudflare native form submission tool could look like too? Would that involve an acquihire or them just forking it or them just vibe coding it based on like the prompts that we got open sourced anyway? Fuck it. I don't know. I don't care. I think it's interesting though. Shit. And then yeah, I think there's like other services I want to build on top of Cloudflare too. So if this one doesn't take off, we got more. And then beyond that, the next thing we kind of want to like fully like vibe code and like hang out and chill and build is we want to do an Astro.js build or an Astro based slide presentation tool. So I've been using SlideDev, which is a view based slide presentation tool. You can do interactive things inside of a SlideDev thing, but that code has to be view. Instead, if we just made it Astro, you could build React applications into an individual slide via components or whatever, like that, like no problem. And it could be like, dude, what about other frameworks? Solid, whatever, right? It would be the universal fucking slide presentation tool at that point, right? We got to make that. It's got to be a thing. So yeah, I'm going to fork SlideDev and we're going to turn a clanker loose on planning that. And I think that's going to be the thing we do based on OpenSpec, right? We're going to use OpenSpec to plan out the process for it. Did they buy... Wait, what tech from Linode? I don't even know. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The workers stuff? I have no idea. No clue. But yeah, they buy all sorts of shit, man. Could they buy some form tool? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, as far as what we're building, we got this. Do we want to do the next thing? I actually want to rerun code review to do it. Yeah. Yeah, we want to keep cranking on the code review part. But we can do more music. I do think this is maybe a point at which we should start wrapping up for the day. We can let this churn and we'll pick it back up tomorrow. We got Tuesday. It's fine. Like, there's no reason why we got to go so late. We don't have to. I'm just actually enjoying this more, right? Like the product creation part of things. This is more fun than a video game, actually, right now. This is great. I really like this. I think this is fan-fucking-tastic, dude. How's this one doing? Still churning? Oh, buddy. Oh, poor guy. How's that open router doing? We're only 21 millions into that, 21 million tokens into that shit today on the step fund with this that we're like churning. That's fine, man. I'm a little surprised that this is like kind of like stalled like that. So I don't know. That's a little weird, but I don't know, man. Fuck it. We'll let it just go. I do really like the multi-step code review process with these things. I can just do 3 passes and see what we care about. I can tell it what we should ignore and all that shit, and I think we're good. I'm liking this. This is actually not bad. So yeah, BMAD is solving at least one of the problems I think a lot of companies are trying to solve, the whole like code review process. Like, this is kind of nice. They farm it out to 3 separate agents. There's the blind hunter and like the whatever bullshit they're calling it, edge case hunter, and then I think there's a third one, something auditor, right? Hold on, we'll see it in a sec. Something auditor. Acceptance auditor. That's it. There you go. There you go. So yeah, right? Like they got the 3 personas they're farming out as far as like the code review goes, which I find really interesting too. But because it's just like, yeah, it's just through some like tokens, you know, and they're like the cheapest fucking tokens. I just wonder if we're missing out by trying to use the most expensive models when we could actually just farm stuff out to like smaller sub-agents on cheaper models and get similar results. And like, I don't know, man, every single company should really be crunching those numbers about how to do that. I think that's so important. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Something to think about. Something to think about. Ooh, and so they're still running. We can just let it run. We can come back to it tomorrow. I might look at it. We might pick back up a little bit after some shit that I just like decide to like kick off again. But I think we're at a good point to say we're fiddling with it. This is the first time we've done any of the implementation stuff using the BMAD workflow. I want to try OpenSpec on a totally separate thing. I want to try get shit done on a totally separate thing. And we will. And that's our main goal. So over the next week or so, we will end up giving some of these other things a try because, yeah, you know, BMAD took, I think, the most time. I think as we go, like OpenSpec will be like way simpler. It'll be like half a day rather than like an entire like couple days of planning, right? So like maybe do we just like scope these things based upon the scope of the project we're trying to do? And that might have a lot of value, right? Like which tools matter? It's really like get shit done versus OpenSpec versus BMAD. What is the scope of the thing you're building? And then that could make sense. Hold on. What is this thing they're asking? God damn it. So, decision finding needed. Infer schema only handles top level keys. Nested things just become objects. Option 1, recursive schema inference. I mean, number 1 just sounds like the way to go. Right in that option, right? So recursive inference. More complex but richer schemas. Yeah. Duh. All right, so JSON type validation. Add type guard, check body as a plain object after parsing. Return 404 if not. Okay, I like that. No, that's good. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, no, that's a good call. Okay. All right, so yeah, who do we go raid? Right? I'm getting hungry. I want tortellini and sausage. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Oh, buddy. I say we go raid Bunny Bites. They're doing some Python stuff. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, we're kicking it off. Mimo V2 Pro doing his thing. Once we finish this PR, we will then switch back to, I think, Minimax doing the implementation, Mimo doing the review again, right? We're just like, we messed up the flow, but that's fine. But yeah, let's raid Bunny Bites. I think that's how you spell it. There we go. Yep. All right, so thank you all for hanging out. I think we did a bunch of cool stuff today. I think we had fun with it. Footlong, thank you for gifting that sub to Zed. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, we're going to go head over to the Griffing and Chill channel. That's me just gaming. I think we're going to just like probably tonight actually just watch some shows, eat some food, and maybe get a little bit of work done. I don't know if we're going to be doing that much gaming over there. It'll be the hangout stream. And the show we watch, I don't know, maybe something like Detectorists, something like just chill and low-key. British. I don't know. We'll see. But let's go say hi to Bunny Bites. Thank you all over on the YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a good day today. Do need to taper on the whiskey. That's why we're doing the water with it. Tomorrow it'll be even less. And there you go. Yeah. So let's say farewell to the YouTube.